It is 6 p.m., so I would like to call to order this town council meeting on February 24th, 2026. Nadine, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let's move on to item C, public comment. So if anyone would like to come up and make public comment, you have 5 minutes. Please come up to the podium and give us your name and address. We look forward to hearing from you.
Hi. Joanne Lawson, 9 Prattling Pond Road, Farmington. I actually tried to go through all the numbers, and I'm sorry, I only look at the budget once a year and try to figure out what's changing, what's going on. So I wrote up a few questions that I hope you'll address as you go through, which I left at my...
So we need to have a comment. Yeah. Okay. Pause your time.
When I was looking at the capital improvement plans for this year, I noticed that the $9.5 million for the fire station renovation, which was planned for this year, last year, is no longer there, and it's been pushed off to 2027 at a cost of $30 million. So hopefully you'll address what the reason for the delay. And then I also noticed that this year, the town hall annex improvements is budgeted or proposed for $7 million, and it wasn't mentioned last year, so I wonder what this is for, and if it's really necessary. Could we hold this off for a year, because it's something that you weren't even considering last year? And also, there was mention of artificial turf, and maybe I just haven't heard, but I keep hearing that artificial turf is bad for athletes, that they wreck their ACLs on it, and maybe it's carcinogenic. So I hope that you've considered that before we approve that. Then I noticed we need a new parking lot over at Westwoods. I just wanted to make a comment that I wish we could have foreseen that and done it at the same time that we did the splash pad and the pickleball, because maybe it would have been more efficient to do it all at once. On the high school, do we anticipate spending all the money that the townspeople have approved for the high school? And how does the bonding work when we expect to get reimbursement from the state? Do we bond the full amount and then spend it and then wait for the reimbursement after the fact? And if so, where do the reimbursement dollars go? I'm just curious how it works, because we're getting money now for the high school, and I think the next thing will be for the elementary school HVAC. We'll have the same situation with the reimbursement. And finally, I guess, what happens to any remaining dollars in the high school contingency fund? I see that there's a possibility that we might have some, and we may spend it for that artificial turf. So I just wondered what does happen to that money if we don't have to spend it all. So thank you very much for all the work that you do throughout the year, so that I can ask you questions once a night.
Thank you, Joanne.
And here's a copy of my questions.
Great.
Thanks.
I come with a group. Make sure I have all my supporters here. Hi everyone, Tony Andrioli, 14 Glen Hollow. Okay, quick and sweet. Good evening. My name is Tony Andrioli. I'm the Executive Director of Hope Partners right here in Farmington. I am here tonight with my co-worker. Raise your hand. There she is. My some volunteers. Could raise your hand as I say this. Former board of directors, couple of them, one or two, and current board of directors, as well as maybe one or two people virtually listening in support of us as well. So we are here in support of supporting a referendum to renovate the town hall annex building. Ms. Larson. The project is more than a building improvement. It's an opportunity to create a true one-stop shop for residents who need help navigating services. Bringing key support under one roof makes access easier, faster, and more dignified for those who need assistance. Why am I saying that? Well, as part of this plan, Hope Partners hopes to be put on the first floor of this building. This proposed space would finally give us the room we need to operate our programs efficiently, including Meals on Wheels, congregate lunches, medical equipment, medical transportation, and friendly shopping. The plan also includes collating the town's social services and probate departments along with the food pantry and some space for the Unionville Museum, both community-focused nonprofits in the same building. Together, the shared space would strengthen how our services connect and make excellent use of an existing town building for residents, especially seniors and families. So we're here to urge you to support a referendum for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Good evening. Mike Gursky, 30 Silversmith Road. Thank you for the opportunity to share a couple thoughts this evening. I'll be brief. I'm currently a board member with Hope Partners. I've been on the board for about a year and a half. This was about a year and a half ago. Alan Kuykendall, who was a board member at the time, asked me if I might be interested, and I was already doing substitute Meals on Wheels as a driver with my wife at the time, and it sounded like something I might be interested in doing. So I did join about a year and a half ago at their invitation. So, much is made these days, I guess, about I'll call it the collapse of civic engagement with any number of volunteer and civic organizations, and here in Farmington even struggling to maintain participation and membership. And Hope seems to be bucking that trend because we have two full-time employees, but basically the work is done substantially by 120 volunteers that participate almost on a daily basis between Meals on Wheels, congregate lunches, friendly shopping. We have a loan closet, and so on, and other activities that benefit our seniors in town. So we get a lot of bang for our buck with the couple employees we have and the limited space we have over at the town hall or over at the community center. Just give you one example. I have an 89-year-old aunt who had an accident over the summer. She lives in Southington, and it precipitated the need for a wheelchair and a walker. She really didn't know where to turn to get those supplies. I happened to be there to help her with some of her medical needs, and I mentioned the Hope closet, and as a result, she ended up getting, like that day, a wheelchair for a couple of months and a walker, and she was just thrilled with the fact that it was great equipment, it was clean, it was well maintained, and the cost was exceptionally reasonable for what it was. So my personal experience is that it's just an awesome service one of the awesome services that Hope Partners provides to the community. So as Tony mentioned, we have board members here, volunteers, past board members, and citizens of Farmington here to support not only the proposal to consolidate senior services here in the old town hall, but also our budget request for some additional funding for Hope Partners. We have a great I'll call it public-private partnership with the town. We provide some funding, we do a lot of fundraising, but frankly, the fundraising part of it takes a lot of time from the board members and from volunteers, when we really should be working and focusing on how to improve services for seniors. So hence the request for some additional funding. And so we appreciate the support. We appreciate and hope you will consider our requests. Tonight, I asked a friend of ours, Lou Rosito, to come up and say a few words about some services that his family has received from Hope Partners.
Good evening. My name's Louis Rosito, 36 Forenzi Lane. Had the opportunity to talk about seeing what the benefit on Meals on Wheels is to our elderly community, and specifically my mom. It is not only just a meal of, food is food, but it's that opportunity where you have resources and volunteers who spend time with these elderly people in our community, who check in and make sure they're okay. And it is great joy every time I rush home from work to talk to mom or visit to say, what did you do today with Meals on Wheels? Or who came to see you? And it's that fine gentleman who brought me to the doctors. Or it's this woman I always see who brings me this meal. And it's a great day, and the last holiday was the Valentine's Day, where the Hope program provides these elderly folks gift bags. And we spend 20, 30 minutes just pulling everything out like it's Christmas Day. Look at this snack. Look at this card from an elementary school student who wishes me well. And she saves that card right next to all the grandkids' cards, kind of a thing. And it just brings her great joy in seeing those things. It's a good time to have mom, feeling good about herself, meeting people, seeing people, and getting out. Now, in a moment of humor, Tony, and I can't resist, you can't give an Italian person meatball and pasta without complaining about it, type of thing. But she does well. It's a good balance of proteins and veggies and starches and all, but it's the package. It's not just the meal itself. So I'm really encouraged by the program. And at some point in my life, if I ever get to retire, I'd love to come down to Hope and help out in where I can, and maybe be a driver. And just seeing the results this program has on our people in our community is fantastic. Being able to call someone and with questions about meals and, oh my gosh, it's snowing today, Cindy. Can you tell the elderly people not to come today? Kind of a thing. My son will go pick up a meal later, and I'm always like, yeah, thank you, Mom. Appreciate that. I have nothing else to do but drive around town and pick up meals. But it's the resources you have that are amazing. It's not just the program itself. So thank you for this time, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about Meals on Wheels and Hope.
Thank you, Louis.
Hello, I'm Kristen Schulte. I'm here. I live at 94 Knollwood, and I'm here by myself, but I'm here on behalf of all the staff, or the board of directors and the volunteers of the Farmington Food Pantry. I'm president of the Farmington Food Pantry, and the food pantry currently supports 256 households in Farmington, which is a 55% increase from 3 years ago. Approximately 60 to 80 families shop at the pantry on a weekly basis. While our mission is to be a supplemental food source for families, due to the rise of grocery prices, changes and disruptions to SNAP benefits, and other factors, more families now rely on the pantry as a primary source of food. The food pantry is set up like a grocery store where people can shop for their basic needs: milk, meat, eggs, fresh produce, and non-perishables, to name a few. While a lot of the items are donated from our community, last year we spent over $100,000 on food. As a reminder, we are 100% volunteer. We have no paid staff, and our board and volunteers handle all the operations, fundraising, grant writing, and accounting functions. Many of our board members, including myself, work full-time jobs. In addition to outgrowing our current shopping and storage space due to the significant increase in families we serve, the current location poses several challenges. The pantry is located in the basement of First Church, which requires us and many of our patrons to use the elevator. Last year, we transported 148,000 pounds of food into the pantry using a small cart in the elevator. Having a space on the ground floor, as outlined in the proposed capital budget, without the need to use an elevator, would provide efficiencies and make things less physically demanding on our volunteers. More importantly, not needing an elevator would benefit the many people who use the food pantry who are elderly or disabled. A few weeks ago, the elevator at the church was out of service for several days, and we almost had to reschedule 60 shopping appointments because of that. The lack of reliable parking at the Noah Wallace, Barney Library, First Church parking lots poses a significant challenge as well. We must often adjust our hours and access to the building based on church and school events. By the time shopping hours start at 9:30 on weekdays, there's often no parking available in the lots, and people must park on busy streets and walk to their cars with bags of groceries. Relocating to Town Hall would also allow for better coordination with the Social Services Department, as many of our patrons access other services through the town. Lastly, we hope that a move to Town Hall would provide us some cost savings. Last year, we spent $9,000 on rent, money that we could have been used to purchase food. And again, we receive no town funding currently. Thank you to the Town Council for supporting the food pantry, its volunteers, and most importantly, the residents of Farmington who rely on our services.
Thank you, Kristen.
Five minutes. It's a big challenge for me. Someone has a hook, right? Is that how that works? Hello, everyone. My name is Tim LeBouthier. I'm the Vice President of the Unionville Museum, and I'm here representing many board members, some of which are here. I told them they didn't have to come up and stand here. But I wanted to just take a few minutes and offer all of our support as well for this capital budget, as well as especially the renovations to this building. We as well are looking forward to being a little bit more part of the community up here. So for those of you who may not know, the Unionville Museum is in the historic Carnegie Library down in Unionville since our founding in the mid-1980s, and we have more than 12,000 photographs, artifacts, and other oral histories and such in our collection. Over the last 4 decades, we have presented over 90 special exhibits about our beautiful town and its history, and also programs and community events. For us, history isn't just a word, it's a way of life. And so preserving the stories of Farmington and Unionville, I think is essential to understanding not only who we were and who we are today, but who we want to be in the future. Farmington is so blessed. I could go on forever about our wonderful history, whether it's the Hillstead and the Stanley Whitman, our wonderful land trust and all of its walking trails, our cemeteries, our historic buildings, our canal trails. We are blessed, and that's why our museum is so important to us, because our goal is to preserve a lot of that. As we enter our next phase, our mission is evolving. Our exhibitions will always be part of what we do, but we're really expanding to meet the needs of today's residents and students and historians. Our community is asking us for more research opportunities, for more educational programming, and for more access to our wonderful collection. We're committed to these goals, and they're challenging, but we have an amazing, strong, and dedicated board with volunteers who have great ideas and enthusiasm to make it happen. Tonight, I want to just briefly thank everyone in the town of Farmington for their unwavering support of what we do and their generosity, and especially the folks here on our town council and our board. For 4 decades, our elected leaders, our town officials, our students, our volunteers, our educators, our community partners, local businesses and nonprofits, our volunteers, and all the historically minded residents of our town have helped us preserve the past and we cannot be more grateful. Today, our need is clear, and it's called space. Space to store and preserve, catalog our expanding collection, and space to welcome students and researchers. Space to collaborate with town departments and community organizations. We were very, very excited to have been asked and have an opportunity to perhaps have some space here in a renovated town hall annex. We're generally excited because this will give us and our volunteers not only more room for our resources and our collection, but for visibility. Being closer to the high school, being closer to the library and the town hall will strengthen our partnerships to have a space and to be able to interact with our friends from Hope and the Food Bank and others that will be here will be really important to us. It will increase our visibility, and that's really what we want to do. But more importantly, what we've always wanted is to have a little space where we could offer access to our collection, where we could offer students at the high school, maybe folks at the library and others, an opportunity to come in and view our collection and also do some research, genealogy and such. So that is one of the reasons why we would be very excited to be here. I just want to also take a quick opportunity, this is where I might get emotional, to congratulate and thank everyone whose amazing efforts to transform our new town hall, our Farmington High School into the new town hall. There's such pride in that building, and what you've done to it is amazing. And I want to thank everyone here that's been part of that transformation. And I especially want to thank all the people in Farmington for voting and supporting and funding this amazing kind of resource and building. So see, I told you I'd get emotional, but we're good. So to conclude real quick, how am I doing? Oh, I got 10 seconds. Thank you. We support this plan. We know that folks will come out and support it, and we thank you for our continued partnership, and we wish everyone the best. Thank you. All right, we did it.
Thanks so much, Tim.
Hi, I am Kate Emery. I'm from 74 Prattling Pond Road. I am third generation Farmingtonian, former Farmington business owner, and now I am focused on my art, and that's why I'm here today. I started the Farmington Artist Circle a little over a year ago. And if there's anybody from the Farmington Artist Circle, would you just stand up and so we can see? So this is part of our group. We've got over 50 members, and we've been meeting once a month and doing things like open studios, having programs, exhibits, and other kinds of programs that we've got that we're thinking about doing. And to me, it is a huge part of what it means to be part of a community, because like I say, my mom and dad lived here, my grandmother lived here, and I saw what community can mean to so many different people. And I also see that in my generation and generations to come, there is a inclination toward lack of connection, and we've lost some of that community, and I think we need to be really mindful of that and what we want. And if we want to build community, we've got to create organizations, we've got to create structures such as some of the ones that I saw being talked about today, who can help create that. And I think an arts community is one of the ways that can do that, not only in supporting artists, but in attracting people to see what our town is about. I see it as a way of connecting the wider community. If any of you were part of the art walk last year, it was wonderful to see people coming out and walking and talking to people in town and getting to know each other. And so I would like to, in this chapter of my life, sort of follow through with what my parents were about, which was a lot about community and creating good things in our town, and to help make a artist community. And when we heard of the fact that this project is going on and you're looking at some of the renovation ideas, we would love to see the Staples House be turned into an art center. There's an art center in in West Hartford, an art center in Avon, an art center in Canton. There used to be one in Farmington, the Farmington Artists Guild, but we've lost that, and we would love to see that come back to town and be housed in the Staples House and be a place where we can bring together the arts and connect some of these community places that you're hearing about tonight. It is such a logical connection to land, like the land trust, to history. That it connects a lot of different factors and features that make our town awesome. And so we'd like to be that connecting force, and hope we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Kate.
Is there anyone else in the room who would like to come up and make a comment? And if not, checking Kat, do we have anyone online who would like to make a comment?
I do have one hand raised. I believe we have Katie. Just need to unmute.
Is anyone there? Katie? Hello?
The hand was raised earlier, so she might have been participating as part of the arts.
No worries. I
No,
just want to make
unclear.
sure that everyone gets heard. No other comments? I guess we'll close public comments, and thank you everyone for your comments. Why don't we move on to item D, public hearing?
You can ask Mike to read
Mike,
the public notice.
Mike, do you have the public notice to be read?
Legal notice, Town of Farmington public hearing. A public hearing will be held on Tuesday, February 24th, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the Town Hall Council Chambers on the Town Manager's Proposal 7-Year Capital Improvement Plan, dated at Farmington, Connecticut, this 12th day of February 2026. Kathleen A. Blonsky, Town Manager.
Thank you, Mike. All right. Everyone is welcome to stay for the rest of the conversation that is going to go on till about 10 o'clock or so. You are welcome to stay. If you would like to leave, this would be an opportunity to comfortably.
We have chips.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is another round of public comment. Oh, well, there is another round of public comment on.
After the presentation,
Oh.
they have an opportunity to talk again.
Okay. Okay. Just in case you want, there is another opportunity for public comment. I'm sorry it's not here, but it is going to be in part of our agenda. So just so you know, if you would like to make a public comment later on. Okay. Next is our consideration of special topics. Okay, Kat.
You gonna make a motion?
Do we need a motion for this?
Right? Oh. We'll look at the motion.
Yeah.
There's no motion.
Okay.
The hearing, sorry.
Okay.
They already moved to the hearing. So they just did the public hearing.
Yep.
Now I said to
Okay.
do the public hearing.
Okay.
Yep. Yes. Kat, are you doing my slides?
I am. I'm ready.
About that.
It's a lot of pressure, but I got it.
You got it?
I'm ready.
Perfect. Good evening. Tonight I am presenting the fiscal year 26-27, 32-33 Capital Improvement Program. What is the 7-year Capital Improvement Program? The Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP, is the Town of Farmington's long-range planning document for major investments over the next 7 years. It outlines the improvements the town expects to undertake to maintain and enhance our facilities, infrastructure, and equipment. To qualify as a capital improvement, a project must have a minimum cost of $25,000 and a useful life of at least 5 years. Projects or equipment that cost less than $25,000 or have a useful life of fewer than 5 years are not considered improvements and are instead funded through the operating budget. While many capital projects result in ongoing operating costs once completed, those recurring expenses are not included in the CIP. They are planned for separately within the town's operating budget. How does the town fund a capital project? Projects included in the capital improvement plan may be funded through a variety of sources, including direct appropriations, bonding, state or federal grants, or other available funding. Appropriations themselves can come from different funds, such as the general fund or the recreation fund, for example. When an appropriation is made from the general fund, it is supported by town revenues, including property taxes. Appropriations from the recreation fund would be supported by non-tax revenues, primarily user fees for recreation programs. Once the budget that includes an appropriation is approved, those funds become available to move the project forward. Capital Improvement Policy Summary. The town's capital improvement policy emphasizes reasonable long-term planning with strong reliance on pay-as-you-go financing. The policy sets a goal of contributing at least 2.5% of annual general fund operating revenues to capital projects and funding at least 20% of total project cost on a pay-as-you-go basis. 7-year overview. The capital improvement plan calls for the expenditure of $129,841,152 over the next 7 years. Of that amount, $42,322,000 is proposed to be funded through appropriations from the general fund. The plan also includes proposed bonding authorizations totaling $85,739,152, along with $290,000 from other funding sources and $1,490,000 from the Connecticut Local Capital Improvement Program, also known as LOCIP. I will now review the budget in detail. Overview Year 1. The first year of the CIP calls for the expenditure of $32,196,152. Of this amount, $3,852,000 is proposed to be funded through appropriations from the general fund. Bonding authorizations totaling $27,839,152 are proposed, as well as $215,000 from other funds and $290,000 from LOCIP funds. Proposed bonding 2627, $14,339,152 for the Board of Education K4 HVAC projects. The Board of Education is proposing $14,339,152 in bonding to fund HVAC improvements at West District School, East Farm School, Union School, and Noah Wallace School. It is anticipated that the town will receive a 31.79% reimbursement from the state of Connecticut. $4 million road reconstruction. Each year, the Department of Public Works reviews the condition of town-owned streets in Farmington and Unionville. Based on these findings, specific road repairs are often then recommended based on various factors, and additional improvements are prioritized. The following roads are proposed for repair and/or reconstruction over the next 2 years. $2,500,000 for replacement of the Farmington High School artificial turf field and track. The turf field and track at Farmington High School are in need of replacement. It is practical and efficient to replace both at the same time to limit disruption. Instead of a separate bonding question for this project, one option the town council could consider is the use of the remaining contingency funds from the Farmington High School project to fund this project. I listed this project for discussion purposes. $7 million for Town Hall Annex improvements. In 2023, the Town of Farmington commissioned an HVAC system condition analysis report for town-owned buildings. The report, completed by Silver Petroselli, has determined that all 4 facilities included in the report need significant renovations to bring existing systems, equipment, and control systems up to the current construction and energy standards. The Town Hall Annex HVAC replacement is the last town-owned building from this report to be replaced. Additionally, funds would be used for office renovations for the new occupants of the new Town Hall Annex to meet their program needs. Interested organizations and departments that will move into the Town Hall Annex include the Community and Supportive Services, Farmington Food Pantry, Hope Partners, and the Unionville Museum. The probate court has already been relocated to the former Board of Education space in the Town Hall Annex. This also includes general renovations to the Staple House for studio space for the Farmington Art Circle, which is a subgroup of the Farmington Cultural Committee. This group of local artists are interested in bringing back the Art Guild and need dedicated space as an art center in town. Proposed other funding. These capital projects are being funded by other funding sources and not through the general fund or taxpayer dollars. These funding sources include donations, state dollars, and user fees. $50,000, the Tinty Barn improvements. Funds will be used for the replacement of the siding for the English Gable Barn next to the Gambrel Dairy Barn. $20,000 Dial-A-Ride bus. These are donated funds from the Shepherd Family Foundation and will be banked for future use. $75,000 Mountain Road Apartments rehab. Funds will be used to upgrade the 4 Mountain Road apartments that the town owns. $25,000 Town Farm Road home rehab. Funds will be used for building and interior and exterior repairs at the Town Farm Road home that the town owns. $45,000 replacement of the Westwoods Golf Course aerator. Funds will be used to replace a 2002 aerator. Proposed LoCIP funding. These capital projects are being funded through the Connecticut Local Capital Improvement Program, also known as LoCIP. $75,000 Westwoods Recreation Complex parking lot improvements. Funds will be used for parking lot improvements at the Westwoods Recreation Complex. $175,000 to update the Plan of Conservation and Development. State Statute 8-23 mandates that the town's Plan of Conservation and Development must be updated at least once every 10 years. This will be a 2-year project. $40,000 Police Department security camera replacement. Funds will be used to replace the Police Department building security cameras. This is a 2-year funding project with $75,000 allocated from the fiscal year 25-26 budget. General Fund Cash Appropriations, Board of Education. The total request for the Board of Education general cash appropriation is $1,150,000. The full Board of Education submission is included with the capital plan and listed on the screen. The Board of Education will explain each item in full detail following this presentation. General Fund Cash Appropriation, Engineering. I'm recommending $152,000 for the town's engineering division. These funds will support the replacement of town-owned streetlights, required stormwater testing and permitting, the town's required 20% match for the connectivity bike grant, and the needed repairs to local bridges and trail bridges. General Fund Cash Appropriation, Highway and Grounds. I'm recommending $420,000 for the Highway and Grounds Department. This funding will support basic maintenance and repairs to playgrounds across town, small building improvement projects, the replacement of a 1998 highway dump truck, and the replacement of a 1996 highway trailer. In the Fire Department, I'm recommending $525,000 for the Fire Department. These funds will support the multi-year, multi-phase replacement of self-contained breathing apparatus bottles, continued replacement of firefighter turnout gear, and the hiring of an architect to complete the design documents for the Farmington Station Building Committee Fire Station renovation project. General Fund Cash Appropriations, Police. I'm recommending $710,000 for the Police Department. This funding will support continued technology improvements, including body and dash cameras and 3 new license plate reader systems. Funds will also be used to replace a 24-hour supervisor's vehicle in accordance with the Police Department's vehicle replacement plan, and to continue upgrades to the communication center, such as replacing mobile radios in the vehicles and transitioning the Farmington Police radio system to the state's radio system. This recommendation also includes funds to supplement the HVA and roof replacement project that was improved in April 2024. This is a result of bid results coming in over the initial estimate for the HVAC portion of the project. General Fund Cash Appropriations, Town Manager. I'm recommending $495,000 for the Town Manager's office. These funds will support technology improvements, including upgrades to hardware, the phone system, and wireless infrastructure. They will also be used to replace aging furniture in many town offices, complete the furnishings in the new town hall, the 1928 building, complete the 2026 reval process required by state law, address unanticipated repairs to town buildings and equipment, and maintain the fleet replacement program. Recreation services. I'm recommending $25,000 for the Recreation Department. These funds will be used to purchase amenities for the pickleball courts and the splash park at Westwoods Recreation Complex. Westwoods Recreation Complex. Finally, I'm recommending $375,000 for parking lot improvements at the Westwoods Recreation Complex. These improvements will add more parking capacity for the golf course, pickleball courts, and the splash park, and improve overall safety for the participants. In conclusion, the capital budget as presented tonight allows us to continue making meaningful progress towards meeting the town's capital improvement needs. The capital budget recommends 4 bonding questions in accordance with our financial forecast, bonding large projects and equipment on a consistent basis, and adhering to our capital improvement policy enables us to responsibly fund these needs. As recommended, this budget allocates approximately 3.1% of the general fund revenues to the capital, exceeding the town's 2.5% policy. This increase reflects priorities identified in the strategic plan, including funding for the design of a new fire station facility and improvements to the Westwoods Recreation Complex parking lot. The town council will need to balance the capital needs of the town with the overall tax rate in March when the entire budget is reviewed. I look forward to working with the town council tonight as we review my proposed capital improvement program. On the screen is the upcoming budget schedule. The public hearing on my recommended budget is March 10th at 7 p.m. I will now call on the Assistant Superintendent, Dan, who will review the Board of Education capital requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I can talk that fast, but I will do my best. First of all, I just want to thank the town council of town for the continued support for our capital planning. Having that's a tremendous help to provide that foundation for us at the schools, right? A lot of these objects you'll see, aren't the things that you get to see every single day, but really these are the things that allow the teachers, the students, the people who make Farmington Public Schools so wonderful and so incredible to do the things they can do. So we thank you for that continued support. When we develop our capital improvement budget, you'll see that these documents and then having discussions with schools really kind of guide our plan. And so we really use those things to help kind of take all the different pieces and make a coherent plan that kind of works. Once we have that information, we work with Sam Kilpatrick and Matt Ross on our team, who do a fabulous job day in and day out, really kind of making sure we can execute all of these ideas and put them together. Some of the challenges you'll see is that we prioritize, and we sometimes is the scheduling. So for example, this past summer we did the Westwoods roof. That's typically where we do a lot of the summer school programming. So this summer we're going to do the IAR flooring. And so you can't do the Westwoods roof and the IAR flooring because then we don't have any place for a lot of our summer school programming. And so we're at a point now where schools are really a 12-month thing. The days of just shutting down from June and not opening up again to August is long gone. And so we are a dynamic organization that is constantly using these facilities 12 months of the year. And so it's really important for us to be able to be strategic about how we plan all these projects to make sure that they fit in and we can still maintain the programming that we want to do for all the residents of Farmington. Here's just a quick list of some of the accomplishments that we've been able to do over the past couple years. And then you'll see with that just sometimes the unanticipated expense, which is also a tremendous part of the capital improvement plan, is to making sure that those unexpected projects don't then take a huge bite into our operating expense that takes away ultimately from our students. And then you'll see some of the ones in process. You'll notice we have kind of our big buckets that we'll talk about today: infrastructure, school security, school code and safety, district mechanical and plumbing, mechanical engineering, plumbing, and then structural architectural. And then some of the things you'll see there, you have with the asterisks, but some of the things you'll also see in some of our slides are the concept of banking. And so what we'll do sometimes is we'll put money into the capital plan, knowing that we're going to try to save up to get to the projects that are a little bit of a larger project. So you'll see some of those asterisks throughout this presentation. The first is our technology for $550,000. And then what I've also shown in these slides is you'll see the current balance. That's what we currently have in each of those buckets. And then what we're requesting. And then below there, you're going to see our scheduled projects. Afterwards, we'll have a chance to, if you have any questions, to talk specifically about some of those items. In there, for some of those, Matt and Sam can really talk very specifically about some of those pieces. Security, we are asking for $175,000, and here are some of the scheduled projects for that. Code and safety compliance, $175,000. And once again, here's a little bit more of a breakdown for those projects. Once again, you'll see the asterisk for places of example of banking. Our district-wide mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, $100,000. And there, our RTU rooftop unit. Sam, aren't you proud of me? I'm starting to learn these things. Structural and architectural, $150,000. Also in this capital improvement plan, we're looking at the K4 HVAC projects, which once again we have been kind of banking and process. So we've gotten the preliminary engineering and architectural designs on there. Right now it's coming in at just under $14.5 million, which is right now below where we had anticipated. And initially we had anticipated, I believe, around $16 million, around $4 million per building. You can see in some of the breakdown for there that Noah Wallace came in a little bit above $4 million, but the other ones all came in below the $4 million, and you can see East Farms came in there at 2.8, so already a little bit of benefit there. So you can see, kind of like I said, that breakdown. I won't go into detail of those there, but then you can also see that there's a little escalated amount of costs based on installation. So there may be some opportunities once we go into a little bit further about saving some additional money if we're able to get maybe multiple schools done over time, over summer. But we're still just trying to look at timing and planning for that. We also have our out-year capital projects, kind of once again talking about that banking. And so you'll see that Union Cafeteria Library, the K-8 facility review. So once again, one of those guiding documents that really kind of help us with the planning is now about 7 years old. So it's time for us to kind of take a look at that, see the things that we have accomplished, and see where kind of our next level of work is. The Westwoods Upper Elementary flooring is reaching its life expectancy, so we want to be able to be prepared to do that. And then Irving Robbins Middle School, classroom flooring replacement. We're doing the hallways for this summer, along with some door and window replacements. And so here's a summary, once again, of the capital improvement request, broken down, including the capital and then the additional $14.3 million bonded for the HVAC at the elementary schools. And this is your eyesight test for the day to see how well the vision is. But that's really our 7-year capital, layout for there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. It is now time for public comment. If anyone would like to come up and make a comment about the budget which was presented to us. Does anyone have anything to share? Seeing no one in chambers, do we have anyone online, Kat?
No hands are raised.
All right, we will close public comment and we will move on to the next presentation, which is Board of Education.
I'm not a big rules person. Is the door supposed to be open?
Yeah.
It was loud out there. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I close? I did close.
You said close it. I heard you close the public comment. We have to
Oh.
close the whole hearing.
And let us close the hearing as well before we move on to our next presentation from Board of Education, but our hearing is now closed.
And then
as you grab the.
Yeah.
Brian, did you want to maybe just go? Do you want me to go over how we usually work this for the?
Please do.
Yeah, so we can see if. So typically, what happens now is that the Board of Education's here. They'll go through their part of the budget in detail. After that, you have the schedule. My departments will come in and we'll go through what I just presented in detail. We're going to take a break for dinner in between, and typically you guys do not take any action on the capital budget tonight. We're going to review it again in 2 weeks when we do the overall budget. So typically there's no motions or anything like that. It's just informational. And if there's questions and things you want further information about, that's the good opportunity to do it.
Very good.
Okay?
All right. All right, I'll turn it over to the Board of Ed.
Well, I just want to say hello and good evening to everyone. I know we met either previous to this evening or tonight. I am really so pleased to be here to you to present this. As a new superintendent, you always say you come in, and I think I'm at the 5-week mark. Does that sound about right? 6-week mark, maybe. You always come in and you say you're listening and you're learning to the organization. And I won't go into all of the details of everything I've learned so far, but one of the things that I think is prudent for this evening is what a commitment that this community makes to ensuring that we have safe and welcoming school buildings for our students and our staff. Space matters, and that's a lot about what capital improvements are all about. Dan, I think you mentioned that it's not just about the flooring and the windows and the things that you see, but it's about the mechanicals that keep our schools feeling comfortable and our students and teachers focused on teaching and learning as we expect. So without, I won't go on too long, but just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. And again, thank you for that partnership with the Board of Education.
Well, welcome.
I think if there's any questions that anyone on the town council wants to ask.
In the order of like the slide,
right.
Cover topic by topic.
Sure. Why don't we start? I want to start with technology. Okay. Would you like us to take us through the any questions on the current balance requests and scheduled projects? Are there any questions?
Well, this is like a general one, which is there's a lot of between this and then the town, I know that there's some like general just like technology upgrades that need to be made, and so you and Brian are in contact to make sure there's as much synergy as possible, so as much anything that you guys are.
Yep. So the 250 in server core infrastructure is an example of that. So we're approaching 6 years on the shared infrastructure that we have. Currently, it's located here. Everything's located here at Town Hall with all the construction with both 1928 and with the high school. He and I are still working out, where that's going to move, but it's reached a lifespan that we're looking at replacement of that. And so he's banked funds. School side, we've banked funds, and that estimate that's there is a combination of bank funds and some additional that's been asked for in this year, looking at that replacement over the next fiscal year.
And just a personal one between you and I.
Yeah.
Has the IAR transfer
generator switch?
Nice. Has it?
I was hoping so.
Has it turned on?
Yes. So the generator switch is installed. We did the cutover on last Tuesday, so the day after President's Day. I am currently waiting on some programming related to the actual automatic transfer of that, but that programming that will occur doesn't result in any downtime. We actually took power out to Irving Robbins at 7 a.m. They estimated a 12-hour job, and luckily we were done by 3 o'clock that afternoon. So it's installed, we're ready to go, just waiting on programming for that automatic kickoff. And that actually opens a lot of doors in conversations that Brian and I are having regarding where we locate things this side of town versus that side of town, now that we have facilities that, in the event of a power outage, can be supported.
All right.
So,
that's it for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Patty does, but I will as well.
I was going to just ask just briefly. Can you talk a little bit about the AV upgrades? Like where, I mean, I know that's kind of the thing we've been working on for years, right? Constantly, right? So where are you with that? Like where are these upgrades gonna be?
So these are concentrated at the K4s. So we're circling back around to the K4s. Irving Robbins was the last of the schools to receive upgrades to the new interactive flat panels. So we've moved away from projectors in classrooms at this point, moved towards interactive touch sensitive flat panels in classrooms. The K4s were where we started. The initial intention was somewhere between a 5 and 8 year, maybe stretching to 10 year in lifespan. What we've run into with the model that we have is that it is no longer supported stateside. So right now I'm looking at areas of specific need, boards that are giving us consistent problems, and kind of engaging in that next refresh at that K4 level to the next level of technology.
So that's an annual, because I noticed you're not banking on that. You're just kind of going
I
as you
might
go,
annually
as you go.
Right. And this comes back to that. So there was we have a document that's in our operating presentation and it's in our FAQ regarding the Farmington classroom and what that looks like from a technology standpoint. We're moving away from projector, teacher desktop, like the what it looks like is shifting, and so this represents that constant evolution and maintaining the newer technology in all of our classrooms. And the progression basically works from the lower grade levels in terms of replacement. I started at the lower grade levels, the K4s, went to Westwoods, went to Irving Robbins. We had the advantage of the new high school being built, so we got to skip a little bit of that, but you'll see that come back around in another 5 to 6 years as well.
Thanks, Matt.
And just to piggyback, the nice part about these upgrades is, you take the $90,000 and just for argument's sake, let's say, the display is like $3,000. You can, you don't have to wait to save up for it. You can just purchase 30 of them, get them into, East Farms and purchase 30 of, and so you can, as soon as you get the money, we can kind of put them right into the classroom and utilize them right away.
Would you be able, so that begs the question about equity across the district. So you're able to buy enough. So if you're doing K through 4, you're going to cover all K through 4s in all 4 buildings?
Not in one summer.
Okay.
So right now, I'm targeting 2 schools.
Okay.
And that's because of how we have things scheduled for this summer. And we have 2 schools that will be offline. So it's much easier to purchase, acquire, get a contractor in there locked in for 2 weeks to make sure that they're done and ready to go for the start of school. And the flip would happen the following summer.
Yeah. So that would then, so if we're good with that, we're going to have to make sure we're kind of making a kind of a commitment in the back of our minds that this is going to come around again next year.
Correct. Yep. That line is a standing item every year.
Right.
Yeah. And my guess would be also too that most times the right now where all 4 of them weren't all done in 1 year anyways, and so you can try to prioritize. The 2 that aren't getting it are probably the 1 year newer than the ones getting replaced. And right. So although they should still have another good year left of them and those other schools.
I got it. Thanks, guys.
Patty, questions?
Going back to Keith's question on the servers, so the shared infrastructure with the town, so the 250,000 requests, that's like the school side portion, and then the town would have another fund that contributes to this.
So there's money. Yeah, Kathy presented money requested under the town manager's budget. Again, Brian and I both bank. So that 250 is made up of both banked funds that already exist. So you can see we've got a current balance of $123,000 still sitting there. Some of that 123 is I've set that aside to be used for that shared infrastructure, and there's some money in this year's request that's also being put towards that. That we make up the larger portion of that shared infrastructure versus the town, but it is the management and coordination of it is still a collaboration.
Okay. Can you provide a little more information on the network equipment and what's needed? And
so we're eligible for funds under E-rate, which is a federal program. Our reimbursement rate is 40%. Going to the table when asking for E-rate funds, I always budget the full amount, assuming we're not going to get that reimbursement, because it's one of those easy ones that can get pulled. There's 2 levels of E-rate. There's Category 1, which is used to help offset or we receive reimbursement on our internet connections. Category 2 funds help us on network equipment, things related to wireless access. In some cases, not right now for us, but in some cases, firewall related items as well. We leveraged that option with the building of the new high school. Switchgear network equipment for the new high school was not purchased through the project. It was purchased through capital because the reimbursement rate was 40% versus 30%. This is a banking account, so I'm constantly putting money in. We're constantly refreshing switches in closets. At this point, we have a refresh of Category 2 funding as well. So it runs on a 5-year cycle. We receive our eligible amount is somewhere in the neighborhood of $800,000 across the district over the 5 years. So I'm banking. We're targeting Irving Robbins and Westwoods for our next round of switch upgrades. That's to bring that switch gear in line with what we just installed at the high school. Gives us there's some newer features from a network management standpoint. This money is going into that to hopefully achieve those upgrades at Westwoods and Irving Robbins this summer and next summer. And the same is true with wireless infrastructure. And IAR data wiring is also related. When wireless was first installed throughout the district, we did not go with a one access point per classroom. We kind of have a 2 to 3 classrooms per access point, which served us well with the infrastructure we had in the past. As the wireless infrastructure has evolved, we need to get to that 1-to-1. It's exactly what we did at the new high school. So this summer, what I'm proposing, while Irving Robbins is offline for the flooring project, is to get in there, put new drops in the ceilings of each classroom to support new wireless access points. And the money you see banked in there for wireless infrastructure is to purchase some of that gear moving forward once the infrastructure is in place.
And just as a refresher, the teacher Chromebooks we see in capital, but we're going to see student Chromebooks when we see the operating. Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. I'm just curious as we go down the line, is cybersecurity in here somewhere, or is that somewhere?
Operating.
Operating.
Yeah. Tools that we use for that are show up in operating.
Perfect. Dave?
Yeah, I think he answered your last answer to Patty's question, kind of like I was kind of there. But just on a more general note, when you bank the money, because the asterisks are here, you're banking this money. So at some point, and the current balance is 123. When you're going to draw it down. But it doesn't really look on the plan that it's where it gets drawn down per se.
Right.
Am I, you know what I'm saying?
In terms of the bulleted items?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have a spreadsheet that kind of goes out with projects get added, projects get completed, and things get played around with from a year by year standpoint based on summer usage, really. A lot of this comes down to how we plan out and what projects are happening in buildings over the summer.
Yeah.
But I have a general plan of things years out, and that's what's reflected in that 7-year plan.
Right.
So it shows about 575 each year.
Okay.
In this case, based on what I know I can achieve and where we are with things, I only came in with a request around 550 based on cost estimates. So it's not an exact science. It's more of a kind of looking at where things fall, both from a cost perspective and achievable, and then also making sure that we're banking. It's hard to come in with a big ask for something all at once, because it ends up pushing a lot of other things to a side as well.
And then obviously some of the work, like you're taking advantage of like Irving A. Robbins being down for the flooring so that you can do what you need to do there.
Correct.
Okay.
So we did the same thing this past summer with Westwoods. Westwoods was offline for a roofing project, so we did a full rewire at Westwoods, and so it's already prepped and ready to go for switch upgrades and Wi-Fi.
Great. That was the question. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Nadine, any questions?
it was along the same lines around the banking, and I was just looking at the requested amount, what the current balance was, and trying to figure out the differences in what you were asking for. My question was around the clocks and upgrades. Was, if my memory serves me, did we do some of that in prior budget cycle, or was it just certain schools? Are you doing it?
East Farms has been done. We have banked some money. That's why we've got the asterisks on it. And we have cost estimates that are currently being revised. So this kind of goes along with the question regarding the classroom upgrades. So we're looking at the 2 schools that are going to be offline for both classroom upgrades and clock and PA upgrades. Again, for ease of getting into the building, because there's disruption that occurs in terms of wiring and things related to this as well.
Yeah, because this banking concept, I don't recall hearing of it in prior, so that's why I'm just conversing on that. So, and then just on the HVAC projects, can you talk a little bit about the prioritization around which schools were selected by the years maybe of interest? Is it just because of the structure? What's the easier to get in? And
Sure. Well, the one that we did prioritize was for West District. And the reason we prioritize West District is through funding that we get through our food services contract, that when the food services, Chartwells, we contract out from there. Whenever they run a profit, that money obviously comes back to us. We hold it, and through the state of Connecticut, that money is then allocated to be used for improvements in food services programs. So we can specifically use that money. We can't just put it back into operating to offset, to pay for a teacher. We have to use it to dedicate it back into the food service program. So that allows us to buy cafeteria, furniture for the students. It allows us to upgrade, freezer, oven, equipment, serving lines, a whole host of things. After, with COVID, and there was, a huge influx of the reimbursement when lunch was free, and breakfast was free for everybody who got some money. And so that gave us a large pool of money. Through that, we were able to put in air conditioning, HVAC systems through the plan was for all 4 elementary schools. We were able to execute it into East Farms, Union, and Noah Wallace. We started doing it in West District. The state of Connecticut approved our plan. And then halfway through that plan, the state of Connecticut came back and said, sorry, no, we won't approve it. The thought was somehow it was the plan was creating a substantial difference in the value of the building. There was some language from, I think, both the federal statute and the state statute about it, and so it no longer qualified for that. So we were not able to do the West District cafeteria. So just from there, having kind of one less area to be able to, for cooling on those, typically, toward the end of the school year and sometimes in the beginning of the school year, we wanted to prioritize that building to kind of, from a, somewhat of an equity standpoint to try to get them caught up to speed there. The other ones, like I said, I think we were just, kind of looking there. I don't think there was a huge, kind of piece in there from those terms. But once again, looking at the idea potentially of being able to do multiple buildings in one summer is still, a viable option.
Yeah, I'll just add that one other factor. Obviously, without air conditioning in the classrooms, any one of those those classrooms can get hot. But we do track temperatures on those warmest days, and of those buildings, I think East Farms and West District probably have the warmest of those classrooms on those hot days as well. So that's one of the reasons to push those to the front of the priority list. Older buildings, thicker concrete, brick, that kind of keeps cool longer than West District and East Farms as well.
And then just, we're confident on the reimbursement.
So it's not a competitive grant program now. This is reimbursed just like any other school construction grant program, like a roof or anything else now, as an HVAC project.
Okay.
Bruce, anything?
I do, actually. I want to go back to technology and the banking topic again, because if I'm understanding the concept right, it feels like we only see sort of half the picture, the capital infusion part of it. So you must have a spending plan that goes with it, right? Because we're going to take 250, we're going to add it to the 123, you'll have 373, and then throughout the year, in June or something or whenever, you're going to be buying servers. So you probably have an idea of where your bank account's going to end up at the end of the year. So I think it would be useful for us to see wherever we have banked accounts, what the spending plan is for those accounts and where you intend to end up. I think that would give council a fuller picture. So I would request to see that. So that's it on the technology side. Are we stepping through? Or?
Were we staying with technology, or were we?
No.
I thought we were doing
I started to jump around a little bit. So.
The freshman counselor took.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Which is okay.
We're going to get to it.
That's good. What I do, and Keith would shut me down if I did.
I'll just take the moving card. I'm pulling the moving card.
Anywhere there.
It's just a question.
I was just moving the flow along.
I'm good.
Sorry.
That's okay. We talked about technology. I think we're all set with technology.
Great.
Is there anything we want to talk about security?
I have nothing on security.
I just wanted to comment a little bit about banking. Nadine mentioned we've been doing this forever. I don't think we've used this vernacular before. Right? I don't recall us ever referring to it necessarily.
So yeah, I mean, banking, out years
Out
is
years,
another
you call it
is another expression
Right,
that's
right.
been
But
that's
this
been
is
used
not-
at least in my short time that it feels part of the historical
For sure.
vernacular.
We've
Yeah.
been doing this forever.
Yes.
Right. Can you talk, we can't get the schools. That's driven by staffs. People. You're not just. It's not just the technology of the entry points. It's also rekeying individuals that are coming and going. Right.
So
Talk about that kind of stuff.
the opportunity with the new school and a new keying system at the high school, it gives us the opportunity to expand that system out to all our schools. So we have one central keying system. We actually have the ability to make keys as well with the new high school. So we're looking at it's the same level of security, but we're able to make it an umbrella keying system so that a master for the district will get in any of the schools, and we can kind of create parity across the district.
And that also just really helps with, like, from the safety standpoint on us working with the town of Farmington, whether it is, police, fire and such, to be able to create that level of consistency. Right now, we do have systems for them to be able to, if they get to a building and they need to get into the building, to be able to, to kind of get access. But currently, that's I'll say, without divulging too much, it's a multi-step process, right? As opposed to them being able to really just, any officer in a given duty being able to have like a singular key that could get them into any building. Really, then, once again, time is one of the critical components in school safety. And so be able to reduce that time for any emergency people to get in, is a benefit.
So then the estimate you indicate, rekeying a school is $200,000, but your request for this line item is for $175. So you're asking for 175 without necessarily like giving us a specific dollar amount in this particular batch of funding, if you want to call it that. You know what I'm saying?
No, agreed. And so, like I said, I think that's really more kind of like I think the $200,000, and Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, is more kind of what we think it'll total cost. And so putting in some of that, putting some of the $175,000 to bank toward that project is probably a better way to articulate that.
Right. So in other words, you're requesting 175, but you just want these are some of the mini buckets that are.
Yes, correct.
Yes. What you're going to allocate what you can based on what you perceive to be need.
Correct.
As you're going through the school.
Yeah. And we'll look at, once again, if, this is part of that coordination of the building, if there's a building that we're able to do that. And let's say, Union would be able to, we could do it for $50,000. We could take some of the money that we have, start doing it. Because same thing, that's one of those projects where once you have the money to be able to do it, you could do it a building at a time, and you don't need to wait until you have all the money to do all the other buildings at one time.
Specifics for this, the specifics for this year, of projects that we're looking to achieve with money we're asking for.
Yeah.
Are those corridor doors, urban routers corridor doors, just to be able to seal off the 7th grade wing.
Right.
And the emergency dialer upgrades. So we're looking at the other, outside of the high school, the other 6 schools, and their dialers for lockdown and panic, which alert dispatch.
Okay, so those are two real you perceive to be needs.
Correct.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And like I said, from the 200,000, even if it's beyond that request, that's where the current balance, drawing that down. Because once again, we can appreciate from, any standpoint.
Yeah, you got $363,000.
You got $363,000.
Right.
We want to be able to make sure we're utilizing it.
Got
it. Patty, anything?
I don't have any on security.
Dave, anything?
No, I would just say that, the asterisks pretty clear, right? So wherever there is an asterisk, you're going to pay that, you're going to spend that money in this season, right? the 125 and the 30 are going to be expended this year, right?
Yes, it's once again to the best of our ability.
Right,
with the
That's
coordination.
how I was. That's how I.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I was reading this. So, okay. Yep.
Nadine?
I'm good.
Bruce?
Can you distinguish for me what the difference between what is access control vis-a-vis rekeying? Rekeying, I assume, are they key cards for all the staff? No.
Physical key.
Physical keys?
Physical keys.
Oh, okay. And then so access control is keypad stuff?
So typically access controls are for, exterior of a building at this point, like with the new high school there. And then sometimes, like now there with like the main office. The idea of to do access control at every classroom would realistically just be cost prohibitive, right? And so we still, for the classroom, still have traditional key, traditional hardware on there.
Okay. And I'm maybe completely out to lunch here because I have no knowledge of this, but we don't talk about security cameras at schools at all and having those anywhere. Is that the thing for us?
No, we have security cameras, throughout, all the buildings.
So you just don't need to make any investments this year capital-wise in those things?
Yeah, currently that's not part of in our request.
Oh, understood. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm all set.
And like I said, if anything, when we talk about security, if it sounds, for lack of better words, a little shady, it's just because you try to always be very thoughtful about what we share publicly about our security plans. And so sometimes, my answer may seem a little there, but I'd be happy to kind of discuss at another point more detail if you need it.
Well, I would say even just if I can add from our time on the board, that we didn't drill down to the public, into any kind of specific detail as the security plans or any of that. Even the Board of Education isn't even briefed on that in a public setting.
Okay, I'm still coping with the physical keys to all the classrooms. So it's a learning experience for me, I think.
Listen, we could talk about access control, but we would be presenting a very different capital budget.
That seems like a lot of money. Are we getting our own machine to make them and stuff too? I hope.
No,
I don't mean to belabor it.
No.
All right.
Okay.
Move on to code and safety compliance. And Bruce, I'll start down here. Do you have any questions on code and safety compliance? We've talked about clocks and upgrades a little bit.
This is also dictated by, standards,
Yeah.
changes in building codes and state mandates and guidelines and things.
Yeah, when we talked about the driving forces, you'll see that last bullet there is legislative mandates, right? So legislative mandates are constantly updating and requirements and such.
Yeah, nothing specific from me on this.
That's okay. Go ahead, Bruce.
I'm all set.
Oh, you are. Nadine?
Now that I can actually speak on my side now. On the HVAC inspections for FHS, so is it just like an annual thing or?
It's a 5 year. So we got an allocation 2 years ago to conduct these inspections. And we have till 2031, I believe, to finish our 5 year cycle. So all our buildings need to be done by 2031. We finished West District, East Farms, Noah Wallace, and Union because we'll need that done before we can get grant reimbursement. So we started with those 4. We're moving to Westwoods and IAR next, and then the high school last, obviously, because it's a newer building. But it's a state mandate that you have these inspections done on a 5 year cycle.
So even if it's a new school, newly built, you do it. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dave?
Just the East Farm fire doors, are these a number of doors that need repair or replacement? Or?
Yeah, do you,
It's a full replacement with the hardware and everything that's happening with those.
Right, okay. And
Multiple doors?
5 sets.
Yeah, 5, okay, great. That's fine.
Okay. Patty?
For the classroom floors at West District, I saw that we had unanticipated expenses with floors at other schools due to abatement. So I'm curious if that's been considered in terms of this cost. I also know that the hallways at West District were redone a couple of years ago, so I don't know if that's also been used to inform the cost here.
Yeah, so that's not that's not a total cost. That's a banking amount towards a project. We do have blocks of classrooms that will require abatement, but we also have blocks of classrooms that will not. That has been previously done. So this first one would be without abatement. When we get to the ones that do require abatement, similar to what we did at Irving Robbins, we would break that out as a separate project so that we can go back for reimbursement from the state.
Okay. So is this amount then, so it's banking. Are you anticipating doing a handful of classrooms this summer? Like, what's the plan?
Not this summer, based on the program that we have there.
Yeah, sorry.
It would be the following summer. We would look to move some programs around during the summer so we could do it summer of 27.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing else.
I have a question about Westwood sidewalk or West District sidewalks. That's the concrete sidewalks that are like attached to the school
at the front entry.
The front entrance.
Yes.
Okay. And maybe somebody can answer this question. All right. So the way the sidewalks break out at this elementary schools and the way the blacktop works, the blacktop and the parking areas, that's a town expense, not a school expense. But then this, like anything that basically is any sidewalk that is like in physical contact with the school is on the board side on the budget.
So typically the term that that I've learned since my short time here is the expression curb out.
Okay.
So typically anything beyond the curb, that sidewalk there is the town responsibility. So the roads, the pavement, the blacktops, even really like a lot of the landscape, like the mowing and all that is town responsibility. And then once you get to the curb, becomes Board of Education school.
But like West District or the other elementaries, that includes like the West District blacktop where the kids play, the Union area where the kids play. That's town?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so we think the concrete sidewalk, that's just the main entrance, or that's the main entrance all the way around the gym to the back area? It just didn't seem like a lot of money for
No, right now this is a focus on really when they come in just by that entrance, there's some pretty significant kind of cracks and different things, and it goes where the handicap accessibility is.
Okay.
So really we're looking at this 10, 15 foot kind of by the entrance that goes there. And then, obviously we'll take a look to see money, and if it's a possibility to kind of go, based on the sections can go out a little bit wider, we would, but it's really focusing on that kind of that main part there, especially where the handicap accessibility is.
Okay. There's no school specific grants for sidewalk. We're having this sidewalk ad hoc committee where we're talking about, prioritizing, getting the sidewalks as they lead up to schools and making the area more walkable for kids and everything else. And so just the more we can push these things out, the better. But I just, we don't have to turn this whole thing into a sidewalk ad hoc, but I'm just, if there's any sort of push or pull with, getting our sidewalks in better order on the schools as far out as we can push them, if there's any sort of grant funding available, I'd love it if somebody could explore that. Obviously, I know you guys are on top of that.
Right after we get the card access to every classroom, we'll get right on top of the sidewalk and go into there.
Yeah.
That's my question. Thank you, Keith. All right, why don't we move on to mechanical, electric, and plumbing? Any questions about that? I'll come back down to this end so there's no confusion.
I don't have
any
questions here. Thank you.
Bill?
I have no questions.
Patty?
None. Thank you.
Dave?
Irving A. Robin RTU is scheduled for
this summer.
Okay. So then this Irving A. Robin RTU, then this is the last amount of money you need for that project. It's 120.
That was
right?
actually it was a previous appropriation. It was
Right.
a previous banking that we had. So we have that within the 306.
Right.
We're planning on that for this summer.
Got it. Okay.
PD?
Nothing.
Bruce?
Nothing on this.
All right, let's move on to structural architectural. And Bruce, why don't I start down at this end one more time? Go back and forth.
Can you say something about the facade repair for the school? It seems to be a large amount. What's wrong with it? What's going on? There just seems to be a significant amount of money already banked. So, where's this going?
That's not part of the request. That's not part of our $150,000 request, but it is something that we banked in previously. At this point, what we've had is a review of the facade of Noah Wallace, and we've outlined priority projects for repointing of masonry. There's wood trims that we're going to actually strip down, repair, and repaint. So we've broken it down into projects. So the first of those potentially this summer, we'd be doing some repointing of masonry there with banked dollars. So that's within that 621.
Understood. Thank you.
Nadine?
No questions.
Dave?
Yeah, just in your capital 7-year plan, your attachment 3. I don't know if you see that spreadsheet. Just what the Union School cafeteria library on that line item shows projected 1.2 million 27-28, right?
Yeah.
And then so again, because I'm just so is this 180 going to be brought to that? Like the 180 Union Cafe Lair, is that the same thing as?
Yes.
What I'm,
so
right, like this.
No, understand.
I'm just trying to get my mind around.
Yeah, sure. So the structural architecture, so the library design, and coming up with the schematics, blueprints, the things, that's approximately the 180,000 that's there.
Right. Okay.
Once we decide on the the schematic and the design, we go. 1.3 million would be the actual cost of the construction and the renovation.
Okay.
So
I see.
Yeah.
So this is more the design piece, which is up in the structural architectural, and then obviously that's the expenditure. Got it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You clarified it. Thanks.
Okay, Patty?
No questions.
Bill?
Dave asked my question.
What was the cost of the IAR CAF repair? Do we know? That was a couple of years ago.
The extension to IAR cap was just under 1.5 million.
Okay. Because I mean, Union, if you've been in that cafeteria, is small. I can totally understand why it needs help. I just we were a little bit off in that projection, right? We ended up having to come back on like the initial estimate for that before we got to the full cost, right? The estimated cost, the budgeted cost ended up being under what we spent.
Yes, that was COVID years. We had the escalation in construction, and we actually ended up using some ESSER funds for it to make up the difference there.
And so, this is just a smaller scale project than that. That's why the amount is less.
The amount we put in there was just a square foot. If we and again, we haven't decided on which schematic to go with, but it was basically just okay if we bumped out 10 feet. For the library and the cafeteria, that's X amount of square foot times the construction cost. We'll estimate it at 1.2 million.
Okay. Yeah. And then my last just perfunctory, just like look at the slide in front of me. This is the only slide where we show current balance and then we show scheduled projects, and there's enough in the current balance to cover the scheduled projects, but then there's still a request. And so, is it just we need to keep some money in case my God, this broke, or what's the reason for needing that?
Yeah, I mean, some of those you'll see, kind of whether it be the concept of banking, some of it is just kind of the contingency, funds for something that, unexpected things that we don't have to then once again take from the operating piece of it. So there's kind of the multiple pieces that kind of come into it, but most of it would be either just for banking purposes or contingency purposes.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. Are there any additional questions on the K through 4 HVAC projects?
Yes. My main one was, I know you guys do these studies, push out what our needs are going to be for the district for so many years. I think we said that there's going to be another one of those studies coming up. So you know, it has been impressed upon me since I've been on council that this project is coming, and I understand that. I just want to make sure we are sure that these are our elementary schools, you know, going forward. You know, living in town for long, there's always like, I don't want to make a budget based on rumor and scuttlebutt. But you know, West District's a big property. Maybe we put a big elementary school, you know, something like that where there's a school project. And this is totally pulled out of thin air. This is not anything I've ever heard. This is just me talking. But we're confident that the 4 elementaries we have are going to be the 4 elementaries for at least 10 years. We're going to put this money in. Like we feel pretty good about that.
It's a great question.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here's the answer I'd probably say. If these aren't I would say it's probably safe to say that regardless of what the plan comes from, whether it's the superintendent, the Board of Ed, that these would be the 4 elementary schools for that probably 7 to 10 years. Because the fact is, even if, I'm going to put him on the spot, even if the new superintendent all of a sudden now next year says, here's my vision, and wants to give him the Giannini plan, by the time you get to discuss, by the time you get to schematics and structural and architectural, by the time you put a shovel in the ground, by the time you know the money, the decisions, all that, it probably is going to be, you know, aggressively 6 years before you're there.
Yeah.
Right. Realistically, it probably is 10 years before that can get there. And so while there's that, you know, while that's a fair question, and you know, I probably hear the same, you know, rumor mill sometimes, you know, conversations.
Yeah, people just, again, I don't.
You know, people want to, you know, kind of brainstorm in there. I think, you know, at the same time, when you talk about 6-7 years, that's a whole generation of students.
Yeah.
You know, starting in kindergarten and going all the way kind of through, to not have, you know, what we would say is, you know, to be able to have an optimal learning environment, right? And you know, kind of going through there. So yeah, I mean, like I said, so, you know, if I wanted to even be a little bit more conservative about that, like 10 years, you know, might be a little bit, but minimally like 7-8 years.
Yeah, I know you guys can't.
I
just for the sake of just having the conversation, there's no plan. There's nothing.
There's no plan at the moment.
See coming down.
But I've not been here long and heard the same thing.
Yeah, people talk. Yeah, it's
So,
fun to, yeah.
Well, and maybe the same requests.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no plan in motion. I think what we learned from that study, which we said will be interesting. But I think Dan made a great point about both the need and, you know, opened with this, just the need for our buildings to serve our students today, regardless of the future. And also that many of these buildings continue to be used long after their schools as well, too. So
yeah, it's important for from Townsend too. I get that. And then just for the sake of it, my understanding is that this is going to provide this air conditioning for classrooms, but it's not going to include like CAFs and gymnasiums because that's just too expensive to cool down, correct?
Well, remember the cafeterias, as I mentioned before, other than West District, already covered.
Yeah, sorry.
The main offices, I believe, are already covered. So this would be covering all the classrooms. There's a few, you know, at some point, you know, there might be a few additional kind of, you know, like the smaller rooftop units for maybe, a few auxiliary offices or things that aren't covered. But this is focusing on teaching learning space, classroom space.
Yeah. So sorry, that was my last thing. So West District CAF is getting it.
Yeah.
Even though it's like half of a gym, so it's when that door opens up, it's just going in there anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we're doing it in the cafeteria for the majority of the year.
It's closed most of the time anyway.
Yeah.
Events, I get it. So
yeah.
That's it. Thanks, guys.
the other piece too that I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention, but we're probably focused on the air conditioning, but it's also the fresh air that we're
this started with
required to bring in, and so this was kind of the happy bonus was the air conditioning piece.
Yeah, I remember when it first was presented to us a number of years ago. It was just after COVID, and it was about just getting air moving in the schools, and it was better than just that thick summer air just sitting in the classroom. So I get it.
Thank you, Bill.
I have no questions. I mean, we've been through this for a lot of years. So I'm excited that the state law changed and put us in a place where we can actually have a serious conversation about bringing this forward to the community. So I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Patty?
we have been talking about this for a while. Just for education purposes, so there's a statute now on the books that schools can be fined based, or somehow there's penalties if the interior space exceeds a certain temperature, right? We're supposed to like be tracking this information, and then at some point in time, this.
So that it's not a regulation yet. It's
Okay.
been talked about that there would be a temperature range within the regulations going forward, but I think there was a lot of pushback on that because of how many schools are in the same position we are throughout the state, and how long it would take for all those schools to get up to that standard where you could put it within a window. It was a very tight window as well, which for energy management doesn't bode well for how much energy we'd be using, even if we do have air conditioning. So there's potential that they could come up with that regulation regarding the temperature ranges. But right now it's a focus on air quality in general, about routinely inspecting and reporting on your HVAC systems, and also giving us the opportunity to seek reimbursement. Those have all been the results of the recent changes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dave?
Yeah, my question is, we've talked about this a long time. It's overdue. So for me, this slide kind of comes up short to the point where how do we get two schools done at the same, you know what I mean? This is a 4-year, one school every construction season, at least how this slide reads. And so for me, I still think it's, that doesn't seem to, be somewhat something I would endorse just out of the box, because how do we do two schools and shorten this schedule from 4 to 2 years?
So it's a great question, and I think we're also looking at, how do we make that happen? And so once again, we're working with, the engineering firm that did the kind of the schematics to take a look at that and to see the viability of doing that. So one of the things that came across for this project is all of the buildings are going to need electrical upgrades to be able to handle, the additional things.
Right.
And so, even in our meetings, there's times, I'll ask Sam and he looks at me like I'm a little bit crazy, but I'm okay with that. Is, hey, can we do, year one electrical upgrades in all 4 schools, and then the next year all 4 are getting done, right? And do it in those 2 phases. And so that's something, we're going to look at. And so, assuming everything goes and everything kind of passes there, my commitment is to get these things done as soon as possible, right? And get them. And so if we can do, if we can get them all done, listen, if we can get them all guaranteed, they can tell me we can get them all done in 1 year, we would try to go for 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, 1 year, it seems a little aggressive for schools. Like, you know what I mean?
Correct.
2 to
No,
2
100%. And
seems
yes,
doable.
and part of that too, even with the 2 schools, is once again, it's that balance. Obviously, let's take a priority, but making sure for example, Park and Recs is utilizing West District School this year. We have our summer school learning academy. One of our schools, is doing the flooring. So we want to also make sure that we don't that we can provide the programming that we want to also do at the same time, and make sure that there's a balance between the buildings there, and see what kind of impact that has. So a lot of it's going to be, as we move forward, discussing with the various firms to say, hey, can we do this?
Right.
And how quickly can we do this? And
Because the last piece that you just said, the programming piece of other people, other shareholders using this, I mean, for me, if there needed to be some inconvenience in a construction season for something to happen, I think this is a long overdue project that needs to get done.
No,
and
agreed.
So for me, outside of, I don't know all the particulars about the electrical upgrade and that type of thing, and how one predicates to the other and so forth. But I'm hoping if there's the program needs, I would move mountains to make sure these things get done, in the most concise way they can.
Yeah, no, listen, I agree with you completely. I think, having said that, I'll use the Park and Rec as just an example. We'd want to make sure that we're communicating with them so that they have ample time to just figure out, hey, we have to move forward with this, but we want to give them time to be able to make whatever alternative plans that they have. But yeah, so this would be definitely a priority project.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
It's not a lack of desire.
Right. No.
Yeah.
Right. But like right now, you see these 1 year, and it's just like so. I mean, I would go to wherever you can to see if you really can push it. I mean, with your engineering sub-consultants and so forth, if you can. I mean, because it's been around for far too long.
And then some of that, I mean, Sam probably knows this a little bit better. He's got more experience with it. Is sometimes too, you can do those things, but then they're going to say, okay, but now you're having some escalating costs because now they're going to bring people in on second shift, weekend shifts to kind of potentially do those, and so there might be some implications that are involved on there. So which could be offset by the escalate. Like you said, so,
right?
There's
you're going to have escalation on the.
You could have it this. You could have escalation this way. You could have it this way. You could, and so we're just trying to. Kind of get a look. Like right now we're in that preliminary stage of, we were actually excited that the numbers came in lower than we anticipated. So that's a
bonus
first start. And now just look to see, okay, I think we kind of had an idea that there was going to be needed for electrical upgrades, but like, what does that mean from a time commitment? Is that would that take up most of the summer? Would that be, or if that's a 2-week thing and it wouldn't be a big impact.
Right.
The other challenge too is, we want to be aggressive. We want to do that. But we also need to give ourselves that buffer. Like right now we're having a unique winter for probably maybe the past 15, 20 years, but not typical. But this is kind of a traditional New England winter, right. And so now instead of saying, hey, we get out June 10th and we can get those people working on June 11th,
right? Now
all of a sudden it's against June 16th, 17th. The weather doesn't look great for and next thing you know, now they might not be able to get in until June 25th. And so now that time window gets a little tighter, and so some of those other challenges. So we just need to also make sure, as aggressive as we want to be, that we also can have those buildings ready, for custodians to be able to get it prepared, for teachers to be able to get in and have it ready for opening day.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add too that we're talking about adding HVAC to these buildings because of their age, and so the capacity of our staff, we start opening walls and ceilings and adding these, major upgrades. They're just trying to be mindful of balancing out because they're very hands-on, and so the work that they're managing for major projects at once. I know that's not what you're recommending.
Right.
With 2 or 3 going on, we just have to realize that it's not the only projects happening in our district, and what they can manage as well, and that's happening.
No, I definitely appreciate it. Renovation work is a tough arena to be in, especially in schools where the tight window is. But I'm also a believer in early work and so forth, right? Electrical upgrades to me seem like there could be some early work that doesn't, if it's site work that you have to trench in a brand new conductor in from the street. I mean, I don't know why we got to wait till June 11th. When you could break out early packages and get early packages done, bring those conductors in. I mean, so I'm just hoping we're looking at it in a way that basically embraces that it's a long overdue project, and wherever we can think and shorten this up in a legitimate, organized way, we need to make sure we do that.
No, duly noted.
I'm glad you've got this expertise.
Well, I'm not doing Sam's job. So
Nadine, do you have any
I'm all
questions?
set.
I'm all set as well.
All right. I think we've covered everything, but I just want to see if there's any questions on the 7-year improvement budget. Anything that we want to mention there? Are we happy covering this year? Okay. All right. I think this is a good time for us to break in, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing all this
you.
information with us. Answering our questions. Thank you. We're going to take a lunch. Dinner break.
Next.
Okay, we are back from our break, and we're going to continue with our review of the budget, the capital budget. Next on line, we have Police and Fire Department.
So we have Chief Melanson here, and if we work off of this document right here, Police Department, it would be the proposed 26-27. As we talked about at my presentation, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items in the Police Department that are in this year's this year's budget. The first one is $155,000 for technology improvements. Funds will be used to continue to pay for body and in-dash cameras and to purchase 3 additional license plate reader systems. Brian and the group, do you want me to go through them all just very quickly and then you ask questions, or do you want to stop at each one? How would you like to do it?
Why don't we just, let's go through them.
Go through them all? Okay, all right. So that was $155,000 for the technology improvements. The second item is $80,000 for a supervisory vehicle, and funds will be used to replace a 24-hour supervisory vehicle according to our police replacement plan. The next item is $75,000 in communication upgrade. And then funds will be used to continue the upgrade of the communication center, including replacing mobile radios in vehicles and moving the Farmington Police radio system to the state radio system. $350,000 roof replacement. Funds will be used to supplement the HVAC and roof replacement project that was approved in April of 2024. This is a result of bid results coming in over the initial estimate for the HVAC portion of the project. And lastly, $50,000 for the building improvements general. Funds will be used for the general maintenance and improvements for the police department to address ongoing needs of the aging building. We always say that the police department's our new building, but the reality of it is, I think it's 26 or 27 years old. So it's really no longer our new building. So those are one more, I'm sorry, and $40,000 for security camera replacements, and the funding source from that is the LOSIP grant, and that is to replace the police department building security cameras. This is a 2-year funding project with $75,000 allocated in the fiscal year 24-25 budget.
All right. Bruce, would you like to start us off with any questions you have about the budget?
I do. Just would like to understand a little bit more about the roof replacement. I understand that the note was that the bid came in over estimate. Is there any lessons learned here, and how much over it versus the original estimate? Because that sort of predates me here. Was there a missing cost item, or just things got more expensive? What went on?
I think some lessons learned a little bit, because one thing that we do pride ourselves on is coming in. We are actually usually conservative, so not having enough money for something is unusual. I think it's a one-off for us, because we've done really well with all our projects, between the school projects, the 1928. I think that we underestimated, according to the staff, is being a police building, the labor that it would take to do, because the building's running 24 hours a day and things like that. So the labor cost came in much higher. I think in general, escalation costs were much higher than we thought. It took us a long time to the supply chain issues to get equipment, and it was done in April of 2024. So that took us some time. So there was, I think, a few different factors that, because like I said, we have been using the same architect that has been doing our cost estimates, and they've been coming in really on target. And this is kind of a one-off that I would say. So that I hope that answers your question.
It does. Clearly a bit of an anomaly. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nadine?
Just a quick question on the supervisor vehicle replacement. Is there, are they replaced at a certain interval? And how often?
Yeah, so there are 2 supervisor vehicles, and every other year we fund them, so they go 4 years.
So 4 years.
Yeah, and those are 24/7, 365, the patrol supervisor vehicles.
Okay. And then just real quick, just on the body body dash cameras, is that for everyone has them? Is it just like a replacement or improvements? It's just newer ones being.
Yep. So it's actually, we don't buy them. It's a program through Axon, our vendor, and yes, per state law, every police officer has to have them and use them when they're doing their job. So this is what we did was a 10-year program. I had done it a couple years ago in Avon, and so we're renewing that 10-year program to get some cost savings from them. So.
Like it. Thanks.
Yeah, so staying with that, Paul, the 155, so is the license plate readers like 40, and then body dash cameras are like 100 and.
Yep. So the license plate readers are 30,000 each,
Okay.
Or for the 10, 30,000 per year. And then the body cams, and these are also in-car, are first year is 127, 288, and then it goes up a little to 137.
And then the other item is, you know, technology is like really changing fast, and there's a lot of applications now of technology that, you know, we didn't really foresee even, you know, a number of years back, you know, license plate readers and all that kind of stuff that are, you know, now becoming part of, you know, the fabric of technology and security of a town. So it's definitely in the license plate reader system. It seems like there's a lot of towns doing a lot of things, and some, you know what I mean, some are doing it one way and others are choosing to do it another way. We're navigating it our way. And I guess, you know, for me, it's somewhat, you know, the bigger question is consistency, right? For me, I mean, it seems like, you know, this is a big thing, you know, as far as, you know, recording people's license plate. It's obviously a tool, but, you know, it really, the policy seems like it's kind of ad hoc from municipality, department to department to department. And I guess from my end is that how do we know what best practices are, or what's uniform policy, and are we living up to the best practices and the uniform policy that this technology, you know, kind of encompasses?
Yeah. So if we're talking license plate readers, I think you made mention of that. So just to stay on that topic for a little bit. So most of you have heard of Flock. That's what we use. And I think their business practice is exactly what you're talking about, the interoperability between municipalities. So West Hartford has it, Avon has it, Simsbury has it, Bloomfield has it. Like everybody around us has Flock. Hartford used to have a different one. They're moving to Flock because of the interoperability, like you're saying, not only throughout the region, but throughout the state. And the ability for us to search, because as we know, our borders, right? Criminals don't you know, abide by borders. So I think that's why that technology amongst police departments is so prevalent, because it works, and it's worked over and over and over. And I think you guys saw in the Brown murder, that's what they used to find him. In our murder, we use license plate readers to be able to figure out what happened, and to I don't want to get too much into it because it's an open investigation, but or you know, criminal proceeding, but it was prevalent in us being able to solve the murder that we had. So talking about policy, because to your point, I laugh because I've had to testify and talk about this a lot. And I say, you know, I was a detective testifying about images that we took at a homicide. And we used to use regular film. And I remember them saying, digital photographs will never be allowed in court. And so I was like, oh, okay. Digital photographs will never be allowed in court. You will not find film in a single police department now, right? So DNA, same thing. How are we going to do? Nope, too intrusive, not going to be able to use it. My point is, I think what we're talking about is making sure that we are putting safeguards around the use of this LPR technology. And I know there's been a lot of media and there's been a lot of talk about it. I will tell you that luckily I'm in a position doing this long enough. I am on the Post Council, which promulgates policy. I'm the chairperson of the accreditation committee, which writes all the policies that are mandated for the state. So I am front and center on this. We had a very good meeting yesterday with the ACLU, the Chiefs of Police Association, the governor's office, both caucuses, Republican Democratic caucus, to talk about the ACLU's bill that they are proposing about LPRs. Obviously, we don't see eye to eye on everything. We are about 90% in agreement. On Thursday, I brought it with me. There's a 10-page policy that our Post Council is going to discuss and take action on Thursday. If approved, it'll be required for every police department. And it puts safeguards. What we've done is, because a lot of places have Flock, we've also worked with them to ensure, everybody's been talking about immigration. right? Reproductive rights. Those are the two topics that people are making sure that this flock system's not being used, that the Trust Act in Connecticut is honored the way it is. And what we have done is we've worked with them. Once this policy is in place, Flock, the company, will make sure that any police department that searches this database has to approve that they are not using it for immigration, that they are following Connecticut's policy. So they have to attest to that to put the guardrails and safety in place to make sure that we are following the spirit of our Trust Act and that there's no end arounds on it. The one area that I think that we talk about is who has access to this data, right? We talked about it, and I will tell you, the governor's representative on this call said, "Hey, if they followed a state or the next state policy, would they have found the brown shooter?" And the answer was no, right? We've had runaway at-risk kids who we have tracked to the Midwest using this Flock system. And so if I limited it to just here, we're not going to. Most of you have heard of the SATG group. That was that South American theft group. They really hit Avon and Farmington for millions of dollars in loss for residential burglaries. We use this Flock camera to be able to track them up and down the coast in the country. And that's how we develop the suspects in this case. So to bring them to justice. So there's a lot of parts to this. I will tell you that we are front and center cooperating to make sure that we follow the Trust Act in Connecticut.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that you've answered, kind of my concern, right? My question. And I think also that right now the stakeholders are actively working together, looking at the bills that are been raised and so forth in the legislature to hammer out, the final pieces of policy. Got it. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Dave. Patty?
Thank you for coming, but all my questions have been asked by my colleagues.
Same thing. I thought your answers to Dave's questions were spot on where my head was at on the subject. So I'm grateful that you guys are working hard on it, and I have all the confidence in the world. Just like you said, DNA was foreign evidence, and now it's the safeguards are put in place. Photographic evidence, safeguards are. So I have all the confidence because this is an important, very valuable law enforcement tool. So thank you.
Thanks.
Keith?
2 summers with no AC, right? So far, police stations.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to say, just so if people are listening, there is a need. There's been, it's very hot in that building in July. So I think it's certainly a reasonable request. So that's all I have.
And very cold in the winter.
All right.
Do we? Oh, Brian.
No, I was just going to say, I think we move on to fire.
Yep. And fire is again on our sheet. Okay. For the fire department, we have 1, 2, 3 items on the general fund, and it's $75,000 for SCBA replacement. This is a multi-phase project to replace bottles for self-contained breathing apparatus. We have $100,000 in turnout gear. Funds will be used to continue the replacement plan for turnout gear. $350,000 for fire station renovation. Funds will be used by the Fire Station Building Committee to hire architect to complete design documents and cost estimates for the fire station renovation project. And that is it.
All right, thank you. Any additional information before we go to questions? Keith?
I'm good right now. I had something penciled in, but it's not making sense as I read my notes, so I'm not going to try to translate right now. I may jump back in at the end. Yeah, but.
Bill?
Just real quick, sorry. Fire station renovation, $350,000. That's for the design, right?
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
And just so, as you know, if you can see in the plan here, Bill,
Right.
if you look out, as I think Dave had updated in one of the meetings, that the project, it's a close to projected around a $30 million
Right.
project, and that's why the design fees are at that level.
That makes sense. No, I just thought, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, that's all I have.
Patty?
The SCBA replacements, I know we've been funding this, I think, practically every year, and I'm noticing that the next 3 years, it's not planned for. So it's scheduled, is that will be at a
Nope. We have a list of the 150 bottles that we have and the replacement plan for those bottles. So after this year, we have a couple years where we only need to buy, a few bottles compared to the 25 that we're buying at $1,500 a piece.
Okay.
So yeah, so
That would be in the operating budget.
right for the one-offs. So just on the way they were bought 10 years ago, we're replicating that now as they expire.
Okay, thank you. And the turnout gear similar. I just noticed this year it's at 100,000, and moving forward it's 60.
Yeah, we have a little bit of catch up to do because we missed a couple years ago, is what I was told. I wasn't here at that point, but we're a little bit behind on that, which is why that catch up, and then we'll be in a good spot.
Okay. And how are you finding your role?
Oh, I love it. Yeah. No, listen, I've always been the most blessed person in the world. I work with great people on both sides. So I'm very, very, very lucky. So, no, I get along very well with the 3 volunteer fire chiefs, the career staff. We'll talk about it in the operating budget, but we made a supervisory firefighter position, and I feel it's working great. So no, I think I'm very lucky. They may not feel the same way. So that's the caveat. Most people who work with me don't feel the same way, but yeah.
Well, welcome back.
Thank
We are
you.
excited about, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in the operating budget, but the whole system that we have created, and it keeps on evolving, but I think that we're pleased with how it's been going, and we've seen some different things, like the police department's just inherently good at, administration of different things. And so even like in the capital plan, getting some of these plans and back on track and things like that. And we have different people doing it. Lieutenants are doing it, different people in the police department. And it's a nice match because it's not the same equipment, but they know how to do those types of things. And we just, not that our fire department doesn't, it's just a volunteer system. It's a different makeup. So we are pleased with that.
No questions. I'm fine.
Okay. Nadine?
I only giggled because you looked at Kathy, so thought there was something you were wondering.
I'm not sure how she thinks it's going.
I don't have any additional questions.
Bruce?
I know we have some huge additional outlays coming up. And I know I trust the committee has done their work. And I know there are a number of challenges that you are ahead facing you, but is there anything that you could share with us in terms of your evolving vision, for the fire service?
So really, it's I always say the motto is, and this is what I always refer back to, we're a volunteer system which is supported by a career staff. And everybody's been following the fire service. Policing is, we're talking LPRs, but policing is just constantly, more of the same. But the fire service, I find, is really interesting because of what's happening to the volunteer systems as you're seeing around us. And we are in a really good place in Farmington to keep that going. That being said, we're always looking for volunteers, a little plug, for all 3 of the fire chiefs. And as, they have some really good responders, but everybody's life gets busy. And as you notice, our job really, we're just trying to make sure that we can keep that volunteer system going. So our career staff will support them in whatever way we can. So right now it's during the day. Does that turn to nighttime in 10 years or 5 years? Or does that turn to, we will be ready to support the volunteer chiefs in whatever way that we can. And it might be one station, not all 3, right? Who can't get people to come out, right, to respond in the middle of the night. Because don't forget, our fire department, unlike many others, especially volunteer organizations, respond to medical calls. Right. And so that's a heavy ask on them. And so in the middle of the night, the person who fell or the person who needs to go to the doctor, so where I see it evolving over time is making sure that we are doing everything as a town we can to support our volunteers. So when there's a fire, when there's a car crash and an extrication, or a cardiac arrest, that we get those volunteers out there. So whatever we can do to support them in that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm all set.
All right. Keith, all set?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, just making sure.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're up. Paul, thanks so much for everything.
Thank
Yeah,
Thank you.
Paul.
Thank you.
Shall we move on to recreation, or do we want to go general fund?
I think recreation's
Right.
next, and I think Jesse's here. Thank you, Chief. Just one.
Welcome back, Jesse.
Thanks. Hi, Jesse. Everyone knows Jesse. We just have one item in recreation. It's under recreational services, and that is, oops, I'm sorry, I'll find my place here. Yeah, I know it is. I just want to see what I wrote. So recreation is passive recreation equipment. Funds will be used to purchase amenities for the pickleball courts and splash park and at the Westwoods Recreation Complex. And Jesse, you told me something about what with the pickleball. So why don't you just explain in more detail what those amenities are?
Okay, absolutely. So for the pickleball courts, if you've ever played pickleball, it gets windy. Wind screens are needed. So we need wind screens, benches, some picnic tables so that people can sit and actually enjoy the facility and hopefully stay and visit carols and kind of make it a nice place to be. So that's where that $25,000 is going.
Did you talk about a sun thing?
Yeah, we for the splash pad area, we want to look at some sort of small shade structure. I'm not talking like, a pavilion or anything, but just a little spot to catch some shade over there.
Because one of the things that I know we want some umbrellas, but I think having a shade spot would be, it's going to get hot there for sure.
Yep.
So that's it for Jesse's.
All right, Bruce, you want to start us off?
No questions.
All right.
No questions.
Seems like a reasonable ask.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you have a projected open date for the splash pad?
Yeah, I think we're shooting for Memorial Day weekend. So typical for splash pads running Memorial Day to Labor Day.
How does that include the shade?
The shade area, yeah. The shade will hopefully be up around that time.
And pickleball is when the snow is gone.
Yeah.
Also Memorial Day.
Yeah. The way it's going, yeah. Hopefully April 1st.
Thank you, Jesse. I don't have any questions. You're doing a great job.
Same. And I'm happy to see that, we're not necessarily this particular item, but the parking lot, Westwoods Golf Course is here too, because I understand that as part of what I think, from prior conversations is the beginning of a long-term improvement process at Westwoods. And I feel like that is such an underutilized resource for our community. And I'm really happy that you're kind of working on improving it. So yeah, we're good. Thanks. No questions.
This may be a general budget question and not a capital budget question, but just I know with the improvements going on at Westwoods, and I know we have that vendor agreement with Carol's Lunchbox, and I know we have another vendor agreement coming up at Tunxus, right? Which is going to be good to get something in there. With those agreements, is that just the vendor pay rent and then they just run it like a business and they just rent space from us, and the idea is it just helps to get people down to use the facilities, and that's sort of the revenue generator for us, right? Like getting people down to play golf because they know Carol's is there after and those types of things.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
And yeah, I guess my question on that, it's more of a general. I'll save it for general. I'll say it was just it was on with Daily Grind on there, so they're gonna have the same setup, which is great because we want something down there good. But I just didn't know if there was any sort of like a needs-based thing that we could have down, even like a vending machine that had shin guards in case your kid forgot his shin. You know what I mean? Like something like that, like down there that is low cost to the town, but would provide a service that people would actually really want, but could also generate some revenue. Very low stakes.
We talked a little bit, and Jesse's pretty imaginative, and we talked about again something for income and for the splash park.
Yeah.
We were talking how much would it cost to rent towels? With someone that comes and they forget their towel,
Well,
and
that's
you rent a towel.
That's an excellent example. That's what I mean, because there's things where as a parent, oh my God, I forgot. I got a million different things, and now I either have to drive home or I have to let my kid shiver. And so you would be happy to pay $5 to rent the towel.
Right.
And then the town would be happy to take that $5.
Right. And so Jesse was thinking of some other things whether it's suntan lotion, we do a little bit of a markup.
Yeah, anything like that at each space. I know it's not going to make anybody rich, but just anything to offset costs that that's like a money grab. I'm not saying sell bomb pops and sugar. I'm just something that parents or somebody using that service would actually. It's the same thing as whatever income we generate from the driving range,
right?
Golf balls, whatever else, things like that.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. We have had it because we'll talk about it again more at the budget. But splash parks are expensive.
Yeah,
they're expensive, and it's a great service. But we found that you don't get charged for going to a splash park. It's not like a pool. week. And so we are trying to think of different ways just to help supplement some of that with the revenue.
Yeah, I love that we're thinking that way. That's a good. I mean, it is having a splash pad is in your town. It's it's like the analogy we use about like the new high school. Like you will maintain some of that value in your property because you have a nice town. That's part of the splash pad. People I hope understand that. But if there's something that we can do creatively that provides a service and recoup something, would be awesome. Otherwise, no question.
Maybe some promotional T-shirts. In the sun.
Anything. No, I think we have to we've been thinking of, and one of the big things is the towels.
Yeah, that's
and
great.
then you don't have to cart your towel.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are going to be people that end up down there to go to Carol's Lunchbox. And their kid's going to see the splash pad, and they're going to wander over there and be like, now my kid is soaking wet. What do I do? Now there's towels.
All right, I believe that is everything for recreation. Jesse, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, moving on to Public Works.
Hi, Russ. We'll start with engineering. Maybe if you want to throw up the roads. Hi, Russ. All right, so we have engineering. I'll go through a couple of them, and in the meantime, Kat's going to throw up the road schedule too, just so we went through that fast at the presentation. But we're recommending $4 million in road reconstruction to do our road program. We have there's no more money, right, for the roads, so there's no more money. So if we don't do that, we will not be doing any roads. We have light pole replacement. We now own the lights in town, and this is our replacement program. When something comes up, we have to pay for it. Environmental compliance. This is for our MS4. Hold on, while I get engineering. Some of them I do off the top of my head. $52,000 is our match for our connectivity bike grant match. The town received $208,000 grant from the Connecticut Recreational Trails Grant Program to design the first phase of the Farmington Center connectivity project. The town is required to provide a 20% match. The total project cost is $260,000, so that's our match to that. And $50,000 for bridge repairs. This is for town bridges. Funds will be used in banks for town bridges and trail bridges, the smaller bridges that we have and things like that. Part of the money will be used for immediate repairs, and then we're starting to try to bank money too. So depending on how many immediate repairs we have, we would use that for our smaller bridges and those things. We have our road repairs and reconstruction. So you can see each list is finalized pending budget and town council authorization. Please note, work to be performed is subject to adjustment based on factors such as funding, scheduling, etc. I say it every year, and Russ wants me to say it again. I put a plug in because it's on the list. We try very hard to get what's on that list, but things do move. It's not, and so people, it's always a fine line because we used to not have the schedule up and people wanted to know when it was. Then we put the schedule up and then people have an expectation that it never changes. And so it is a fine line. We try very much to keep to the list, but it does change based on conditions of roads and different things that happen. But that's what's phased for Phase 1 and Phase 2 in 26, and then Phase 1 and Phase 2 in 2027. And so those are our upcoming roads.
All right, Bruce, we'll start down here. Do you have any questions?
I do.
Engineering?
I'd like to understand the road reconstruction budget composition and the challenges you have and the elasticity within that. So it's clearly composed of multiple different items, right? Materials cost, that may be subject to price changes. If the price of oil goes up, asphalt goes up hugely. You're limited in the amount of people and equipment you have. So want to understand sort of how that breaks down in terms of that. If we doubled it, you couldn't do twice as many roads because you don't have the people or equipment, right? So you're limited in the world you live in. Just want to understand the constraints on you better.
It's a good lead, and I appreciate that because I could use about 10 more people. Yeah, so it's based on road conditions, costs. We use our pavement program is based on the state's vendor in place biddings arrangements that they do They'll put out a bid for, there's 4 districts, there's 5, but there's 4 construction maintenance districts in the state, and we lie in mainly District 4, which is the northwestern corner. West Farms Mall area is District 1. And we follow those. They'll put out a bid in like December, January, and it just opened up a couple weeks ago, and Tilcon is the low bidder again for our area. So we're locked in for that 1 year, and we use that as the basis of, okay, it'll have milling in there, it'll have paving, it'll have reclamation. There's a state bid for that. Reclamation is, I think, Patty, you asked a question last week or 2 weeks ago about what determines a milling and compared to a reclamation or reclaiming or a full reconstruction. So that all those prices are in there, and we look ahead. We know what the list is and what we're looking at, so I kind of apply those numbers. I put an escalation to it, and that's where the numbers come from, along with costs for catch basin piping, things like that we have to do for catch basin tops and blocks and precast sections of those catch basins. Everything, obviously, as you all know, goes up, and you're spot on, Bruce, with the price of asphalt. The one good thing is we're locked into the tonnage rate, but we do pay an escalation based on the oil. So no contractor can tell you what the price would be in January come August or July. So that's all kind of built into the factor. We used to do a 2-year road bond for, was it $2 million? Then we did a $3 million bond, I think, one time. And then we went 3 years and we did $4 million because the pricing keeps going up. So the expectation of doing, 3+ miles a year is kind of gets us on our 20-year plan, 25. Well, we should be repaving every 20 years, but we're on our 25 to 30-year cycle. And that's not a bad thing. It's not great, but it is what it is based on funding. And coming back to the factors that you said of everybody's doing the same thing at the same time. And the contractor, upsettingly, we got pushed on Batterson Park last fall. We put our schedule in with our list with Tilcon, who are the low bidder or VIP guy, and here's what we got, here's what we need. Unfortunately, weather didn't help them out on some of their highway projects, so we ended up getting pushed out our Farmington area, so they couldn't get to Batterson Park. So Batterson Park Road is going to be the first road on the list this year, and we'll move over to Fenneman Estates, over to the Ellen Drive area.
Hey, Russ, one of the things that I think is interesting, and for people like that, how many miles of roads do we have?
About 125.
And
125.
And you're doing how much does it cost per mile of road?
About $1 million.
$1 million. That's how expensive.
Depending
roughly.
on the reconstruction.
And the other thing that I think we've been trying to do is that to help town staff, the highway garage. I mean, the highway people do what is it called? They get the roads ready to go. Prep them. And we do that to save money and also have the roads kind of like, I call it like shovel ready, but it's not shovel ready, it's road ready, So when Tilcon's ready to come in, because their schedule changes, we're ready to have them. So that's sometimes why you see the roads waiting for the final, like the pavement to come. But we do that to be cost effective.
Correct.
Because a lot of towns, they'll just contract that all out, and that makes your money even obviously go shorter amounts. But even to your point, even if we could do many more millions of dollars, it's impossible to do it. And I think that Russ and the Public Works and the council with the support, I mean, if you asked us before we had this kind of road bonding thing, our roads, again, I like to use the alphabet, a majority of our roads were really not in good shape. And now we have really have come a long, long way on doing the roads. And Russ likes to, and it's our policy, is we try to go on different sides of town. So, you do roads on this side, that side. And also part of the process is that, again, where sometimes people get upset, but it happens is that we don't have control, and I'm going to pick on the gas company because they're historically the ones that do it, is the gas company says they're going to come in and do a road, they're going to bring gas to a neighborhood. And so we wait for them to come in so we can do it all together. And then somehow the gas company pushes it out another year. It does that. And the last thing we want to do is do the road over, and then the gas company comes the next year and pulls it out. So those are other factors that sometimes why we don't like to put the list out sometimes, because all of a sudden we find out one of these roads is going to get gas and they want gas and it's not coming for another 2 years, so we push it out a little bit. So all of those factors go in place, and also the priorities of roads that are used a lot, how much they're traveled, just to try to get the best bang for our buck. So those are some of the things that we look at.
Clearly, yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of variables that could affect our plans, and there's a lot of vulnerabilities in the system, a lot of which are outside of our control.
Right.
That we can't deal with. And I take it the potholes and things like that are part of this budget, or is that separate operating
That's in
budget?
operating.
So we'll see that later. This is the big jobs.
Yeah.
Correct.
That we're saying.
Correct. And one thing, Kathy mentioned the gas company. We call them. We work with the water companies in town to make sure that our paving program coincides with the water company upgrading their system. So I work closely with Connecticut Water, as they're the major supplier in town. Work with MDC. We send them our paving plan. We send it to, I talk with New Britain Water, Aquarian a little bit if we're in their area over by the Plainville line. But it's basically just to confirm that I'm not paving in 27 and they're coming in 28 to dig up that road.
Right.
Things happen, like we have water main breaks. We paved, where does Pam live? On Redcoat. We paved Redcoat in August, and I think the water main broke in October, and it was a break, but we made them, the water company work with them, and they patched curb to curb and did a good patch, but things happen. It's the best laid plans. We try to do our best and coordinate, but we do not pave if they're coming and going to do a full replacement. That will get worked. I'll work that through the system to make that.
How's our experience been? I mean, you've been doing this an awfully long time, and we set up a plan, and there are all these variables and things happen, and how often do you make it? Do you get 80% of it most of the time, or
for the most part?
Do you ever get to 100%? How do I understand that, and how do I evaluate?
You mean 100% of, are we complete?
Our goal,
starting
yeah.
over?
Here we have, we've identified, phase one,
If
phase
it's
two.
on this list, it's going. If
They're
you see
going.
This list, it's going. Unless it's never happened, knock on wood. A water company said, hey, we're going to replace more water main in the Highlands. They've already done that. But if something drastically happened, we would adjust and change.
But don't you say, Russ, when you say it's happening, I think it's fair to say it's happening. It may not happen on phase one in the first year, but we're not saying that something that's on this list, if Ellen Drive is on this list and it's phase one and something happens, it's not going 7 years out.
Right.
It could go out a year or two if something happened, but it would be more likely on the phase two, or something like some of these phase twos may get pushed into the 27. So but when you're talking about, once it's on this list, it's happening in a period of time, and especially the ones in phase one at the beginning, they're not getting jumped out, years and years and years. But mostly it's happening because maybe Tilcon didn't get here, so the Batterson Park didn't go last year, it gets pushed to the next year. Those types of things happen. But I would say 99%, I can't remember a time where, the only one I remember that was on the list, but again, we've lessons learned a little bit, is that the gas company, I think one of the neighborhoods, they kept on saying it was going to happen, and it just was not happening. And so that was kept on getting pushed. But on the other side, is we've learned also, people really don't like either way when their road is done that someone comes and pulls it up. They get very annoyed by that on either side.
Imagine that.
So we've tried to learn on both sides.
One thing, part of my work is to coordinate with these utility companies, so that all that's already been done for these next 2 years, unless something drastic happens. So
Understood. Thank you. That was useful. Appreciate it.
Right.
Just real quick, Russ, on Batterson Park, so I know there's still work being done there, so I assume that would coordinate the timing of the pavement that their work is done, that
Like
you're
what work?
paving?
At
Just
the
at
park?
the park itself.
Oh, yeah, their work is done outside of the roadway.
So now it's
they're
okay.
done.
I haven't been by there in a little bit.
Yeah, no, but they've completed. I just spoke with the contractor yesterday. They just have interior work. I knew that, but they don't have much work left over there.
Oh.
So we're good. We have a green light.
Now, and then the last question I had, just around the light pole replacement, is there, do they get replaced ever so often?
So this is for
No, it's
more
a
of
small
a
number.
maintenance. So if
Maintenance.
when we bought the lights back in 15, 18, 17, some of the poles were still wood, like the decorative light poles.
Yep.
They were still a wooden pole. So over time they rot out. Fiberglass during snow plowing or something, snow goes up, hits it, it cracks, it breaks. A limb will come down and crack a pole, or a head will pop. Things happen. So that's what that money is for, to basically replace the existing decorative light poles or the Cobra heads that are on the the utility poles.
Oh, okay.
Something happens during an accident or something. Takes a pole out. There's a light on it. I got to pay EverSource money to take it off the old pole, reinstall it on a new pole, and can make the power connection to it. Or we have our contractor do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Whatever's most efficient.
All right, Dave.
Yeah, just to stay with this topic here, the road repairs and reconstruction. So what is phase 1 and phase 2? What does that represent? Phase
Time.
1. What?
Calendar time. Meaning
So
it's
phase 1 would be the
round.
first part of the season.
Correct.
Phase 2 is the second part of the
Correct.
season.
It's like spring and summer.
Yeah, spring, summer.
Summer,
Got
and
it.
then-
Okay, that's what I thought, but I was just making sure.
Yeah.
And so, and then like on phase 1 in 2026. So in the Jeffrey Drive, Sherrill Drive area, there's already been some work, like big patches of pavement
Over the years,
have happened, right?
Because it's unraveled. We did the same thing in Lake Garda a couple of years ago.
Right.
It's basically just a patch to get us through until the big paving project comes.
Got it. Okay, so the things that we saw there is just, it got to the point where it was so deconstructed, you needed to do something to make it safe.
Exactly.
And be done. Got it. Okay. And then, so in kind of off on Dean's thing, if Batterson Park Road moves up in this thing, because it's last in phase 1, are these all simultaneous projects, or are there?
So the one good thing that we try to do, we learned this years ago, we're not jumping.
Sorry about that.
You got the same thing.
Yeah.
We're not jumping. What happens is when the contractor comes in, Tilcon, we try to group roads together, right, to make sure that we economize money and scale, meaning I'm not having them pave Jeffrey Drive, take them, pull them out, and have them go pave Crosswood.
Right.
So they come in, they pave one area. The one good thing about this, we're fortunate that we had this plan. And to be perfectly honest with you, I'd love to tell you I worked it out the magic that way, but I'm not that smart.
Right.
It just really worked out that they're in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
It goes by tonnage. So Batterson Park, the amount of tonnage that we have on there, it's going to be good. Just if we took them and then move into phase 2, it wouldn't matter from a mobilization cost. But it doesn't. It's impacted. So we didn't get it done last year, but it's going to be okay. We're going to do it. Start there, and then move right over to Jeffrey Drive and the Fenneman Estates. It's not going to impact our program whatsoever.
Got it. Okay.
But it is fortunate that we're right next to each other, right, and we can just roll right down the road. So it makes it a little bit easier.
Mhm.
But it's one of those things.
Yeah. And then obviously the state gives you the unit prices. They bid out the work. They Tilcon's basically giving you the unit prices for area 4. You know what I mean, and so forth. The West one's a little higher. But so then, with that said, do you have in your mind in the office, like, do you have estimates of what you think Jeffrey Drive, in Bonnie Drive, Sherrill Drive, that area is going to cost in aggregate?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I do is we have this list, and I go through it and come up with an estimate based on past costs, and then I add an escalation. Then we meet with Tilcon and go over we give them our numbers. So it's a way of checks and balances as well, and not that we have some disagreements on quantities and
Sure.
why there was a little bit extra tonnage, and we discuss it, and we work that out.
Yep.
But it gives us a basis of a starting point on what we're looking at tonnage for each round or each location.
Mhm.
And we go over that, we give them our notes, and we're one of the few towns that give them quantities. And Scott Zenke started it with me years ago, and they're like, "Ooh, okay, you sure?" And we go through it, and yeah, we got our quantities,
Good.
and it works out well.
Good.
But it opens, at least we have that discussion, and we're not just saying, okay, it costs us an extra $50,000, I don't know why, but it's our paving program.
Right.
I don't like to operate that way.
No, that's good. That's a good way to operate.
But then we take their numbers, so then we give them our numbers, Jim will drive it with the superintendent of paving for Tilcon. He'll go over it, he'll look at it, he'll double check our numbers, and we'll have discussion. They may see something that we didn't think of and vice versa. And then we get their estimate based off our quantities. So that's how we work our program.
Got it.
And actually, you'll see those numbers because
Right.
we bring that to you for bid award.
Right. That's right. That's right. And then then that seems to have some great background on that. And then during this time, what's the communication to the Bonnie Drive, Cheryl Drive people? Is it a letter?
Lessons learned. Paving starts in April and ends in December.
Okay.
No. So we would typically, we'll send a letter. We'll go out and put a letter in their people's mailboxes. We'll put signs up. This started a long time ago when people, there wasn't a lot of communication back in the day. So we'll put up road signs, orange background, black lettering that says paving, Town of Farmington paving project begins in whatever. Don't quote me on the.
Yeah, no, I'm not quoting.
Every year I see it, but it's basically begins in April, or call the highway with any questions.
Got it.
But we put a letter in their mailbox. Yep.
And then in a dense neighborhood like that, is there a strategy of how you keep that neighborhood running as well as
give them your guy's cell phone?
I figured our numbers are on somewhere.
No, not at all. Yeah, no, and that's another thing. Like, we'll go through and figure out, okay, we're not obviously we won't start at the beginning by Finneman. We'll go to a farthest point, like maybe Harlan, work out and do the side streets out and bring them out to Cheryl and then head out. Would probably be the logical way to do it. But again, we talk with Tilcon and we work at, and we, go over to see what's most efficient.
And again, some lessons learned, obviously, in that last road project that we talked about, but most of the crew leaders that out there, they get to know the people. They really are try to be really accommodating, where you have Mrs. Smith or Mr. Smith has to leave at a certain time and they're out doing something, and they really do try to work with the people with the different driveways, and they do the aprons, and we really do try to have the customer service with the individuals, and they see people out there all the time and they talk to them and try to work with them on different things. And I would say 95% of the time the residents on the road really speak highly of the crews that are out there and how we work and try to communicate with them and go back, and they say their grass wasn't done or the driveway or something, and we really do try to go back as many times and try to make the residents happy for it.
I got you.
No.
We'll leave it at
No, it's good.
No.
But to follow up what Kathy said, our crew leaders, all our guys, they get it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They understand what we're here for, what we're doing, and recently we don't get many complaints.
Right.
We may get a couple early noise complaints or something, but it is truly, there's a direction and they're there to follow it, and they bought into it too.
Yeah.
So because
it's not
it's not rocket science.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, and it's there's a lot of coordination, there's a lot of trust between parties,
right?
Working relationships that get established, and obviously it's it's not risk free.
No, and listen, like Kathy said, we're out there every day, so the guys see you leave at 6:30, you leave at 7:15, and he leaves at 8. We kind of get a feel for that and understand. Okay, we got to get by Bruce and Dave's driveway, and maybe a little bit later, so we know we got some time. Because you're out there so far in advance. We'll be out there, knock on wood, that
I mean,
Built
Keith's a
wrong.
night owl, so you wouldn't have to worry about Keith.
But timing wise, like when the snow melts, like we got to get out there and get going. We have a lot of work to do. And the one thing we've had to do the last couple of years, we do have hire a contractor to help us with some catch basin prep work.
Right.
I like doing that to a point.
Yeah.
But I don't like, I still want to be in control because the more we can do, the more we save and the more pavement we can get down.
And that's what I assume, because you just had a contract out for that, right?
We put out-
Miscellaneous, equipment and,
Equipment,
services
right.
and so forth and so
And
on.
we'll utilize that, but if we have to.
Right. Got it. Okay.
Excellent. Thanks. Patty, do you got anything?
Yes. First, when I can speak positively that, yes, the communication from the crews are great. When I remember West District Road, and I'd have to say, so I'll be back in 20 minutes. Which way should I go? Because of how much. And my own road a few years prior to that. So I do appreciate how well it can be. And knowing that if I say I'll be back in 20 minutes, and say, oh, no, we'll make sure you can do it. So I appreciate that. I don't have any other comments or questions. Most of my questions are really like looking forward into the out years. I know we've had this conversation before. So look, the rails to trails, I see there's a number of expenditures planned next year forward. What I assume, my recollection is the actual maintenance shows up in operating, like if you have to do that kind of work. So what's the capital expectation here?
Paving.
Okay.
So we, just to put a little concept back into it, the first trail we did was down here from the Big Bird Bridge north.
Mhm.
That was in 1995. We have done zero paving to it. We've done a lot of patching, a lot of root infiltrations have been cut out and patched. We tried for a couple of years to work with Avon to see if we could do a dual project. It just didn't work out. But this is basically just to bank money and to do paving, to start milling and overlaying on the trail.
One of the things, and we've mentioned it last year, we still keep on hoping that potentially this would be one that grants will start coming out, because all the trails are at the same age, and that would be something that we could potentially apply for grant funding for something like this. There hasn't been grant funding on this, but we keep on hoping that all these towns are really going to start having to do it, and they're going to be looking for grant funding for it. So that's one of the things we're hopeful about.
Excellent. Thank you. On the dam improvements, I know the town has a lot of dams, right? Two dams.
Two.
So I'm confusing our conversation of bridges with dams,
Correct.
because we have a lot of bridges.
Yeah.
What's the status of our dams in terms of like pushing? I've always seen it, I think, out a couple of years and out to next year. So I just like to make sure that we're on track with maintenance and it's not a hazard.
Yeah, so the reservoir dam is the highest hazard dam. It's a C, rated C. We have to have that inspected every 2 years. We have a consultant who does that for us. So they just finished up their inspection. I should be getting a report any next couple weeks. So that one is okay. It has in it that's the one we keep up with the maintenance on it. You got to keep the leaves out, keep the discharge spillway clean and free of debris, and basically keeping it functioning so that it works properly. We inspect it throughout the year to make sure there's no seepage, things like that. There's no animal burrows in there. If there are, we fill them in and shoo the rodent away. This money is for really for Twin Ponds Dam.
Okay.
That's a level B dam, and we had an inspection. It gets done every 7 years, and we had that done 2 years ago. Was that 2? I think it was 2 years ago now. And they came back with a big list. We basically have to clear the dam itself of all trees, and there's some restoration work that has to take place on it, and that's pretty much what this is for. To do it, we can use our tree contractor to do the clearing, and then start using money to spread it out over time so we don't get hit all at once.
Okay. Because I have represented clients I've represented clients that have gotten that report back from their dam inspector and said, This is $1 million. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I assume if the inspection was a couple of weeks ago on the reservoir dam, if there were big issues, they would have told you, even though you're still waiting for
For the reservoir, yes.
Okay. And then the last question, riverbank stabilization on the cemetery, that looks like it's going to be a big number.
Yes.
Is that a projection as let's kind of have it here, or is that we really need to have it happen soon?
So I'll be honest with you, Patty, I can't remember what year it was. It was one of the floods. And the embankment eroded. I worked through FEMA and Army Corps, and there's one more, and to try and get funding, hazard mitigation, through hazard mitigation program. I applied for funding, had a couple meetings. We finally met out in the field, and they told me, and I had Shannon there, so I have a witness that it's not losing my noodle, that all I needed to do was plant trees in the embankment, and that would stabilize that slope. It is about a 1/2 to 1 steep slope, and it's sandy gravel. So I don't know how I would get any equipment down there to dig that and install these trees. We do have a major sewer trunk line that flows through there. It comes from Stanley Works. It flows about 2.3 million gallons a day. That's up in the top in the cemetery road. So I've gone through a bunch of scenarios, and
I think, Russ, one of the things that we are hoping for is possibly, again, to apply for one of the grants that would then be able to actually get a grant for it, because we feel that it's a good grant, and we're not exactly sure why it was a tree planting that came back. The reality of it is that we'd like to get a grant and actually do something for this, and we think that actually it should be eligible for a grant. And I don't know if it was like just one weird thing, because it didn't seem to make a lot of sense, but we still have it out there, and I think we're still looking to possibly do a grant fund for it, or if not, something is eventually going to have to be done with it.
And what's I don't know the right question to ask, the sewer line, what's the risk level with the state of the current dam? Or not the dam, the embankment?
I don't have a crystal ball. It is about 26 feet from the top of the slope, into the cemetery. The slope obviously steps out, so you're probably about 36 feet from the toe of slope in the river. Should we have those back-to-back-to-back storms and floods that we did, it could jeopardize it. We also have the eastern freshwater mussel in the river, so there's another environmental issue. These were all things brought up during my grant application process. And I'm not trying to make light of it, but they're like, just plant the trees, that'll stabilize the bank. And I can't, I'm not smart enough to make that stuff up. I mean, that's reality. If we get that situation, it could be a problem. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. Those floods happened back in 2010, 11, 12, something like that. And here we are 20, 26, 14 years later, and knock on wood, we're still good. So it's a hazard mitigation grant program. Pretty much this project checks all the boxes, but apparently it didn't check someone else's boxes. When you read the grant at that time, it met everything. So.
Okay. And I assume you're just going to keep trying to get the grants.
Yeah, follow it.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate the information. It's a lot to think about, and I understand you're kind of in this difficult position.
That's why I wake up early in the morning.
All right. Thank you, Russ. I don't have any questions.
Bill?
Just one quick one. Looking at the out years and looking at the phases, obviously you've got 26, 27, $4 million for this. And then you have, 26 and 27 up there, but you don't have 28, 29. Is that you leaving 28, 29? Is because the next go around being 29, 30. So I'm 28 is there pick up any slack for what you can't get done in those 2 years?
Correct. So the 4 million should last us 3 years. That's our goal.
Mhm.
But again, that's a function of what is asphalt price going to be a year and a half, 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
And also going kind of back to what Bruce was saying about expectations of getting on that list. If we go out too far, that's when we start pushing and doing some different things and
Right.
up the money. So that's why we've kind of went just for the 2
Gives you
years.
some flexibility.
Exactly.
That's thanks. That's all I got.
I'm not asking for this if it doesn't exist. I'm just wondering, is there a place where residents can go to see past years, like where like, you know, what got done in 2010, 11, 12, so they can see like, oh, my road was done in 2010. I know it's about 25 years, so I can, you know, so that way.
Yeah, I think it's
I'll direct that question answer to Kat.
Kat.
She's my Vanna White for the
Floor is yours.
question.
We did a report, and I believe it was 2018,
Okay.
where we did just that, and we went through all the roads in town, looked at when they were last done, where they were projected on Russ's
Master list.
master list, but with a big asterisk that could change due to variables. So we have been publishing the road report the last couple of years since 2018. It is available on our website. It projects out the last completed amount, but we can update to see,
Yeah.
you know, over the last 5 years, here are the roads that have been
If people know
completed.
generally we're on a 20 to 25 year schedule, they
Yeah.
want the road, you know, they're way overdue, maybe that.
Yeah, so
Maybe
all
it
of the
saves an
information
email
exists.
or-
We just have to compile it and keep on our branding and make it look nicer.
My only other question was another one on the out years, which doesn't have to be a long thing. I see 2.5 scheduled on the same year as the next road bonding. So there's $4 million road bonding, and then 2.5 for the school parking lots. Does that cover all the parking lots, or
no?
Okay. So are they on a cycle too, similar to like?
They will be. There hasn't been a cycle.
Okay.
We've been talking amongst ourselves. We had it. At one point, I had it out. It's, you know, like you see for the trails.
Yeah.
And then we put it into one lump sum and said, okay, let's do a bond, and we'll do these major parking lots first, and we rank them in order. So
yeah,
we have that. I've been working with the school system.
And so you get to pick the priority, or the schools pick the priority?
Both.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's it.
Actually, I got a report for you, Russ, about the paving. So the 4 million kind of covers approximately those roads.
It should be these 2 years plus 28.
Oh, excellent. The only question I had was about the Batterson Park. So since that didn't get done due to weather, we already have the money in the bank for that, so that doesn't impact this list in terms of
Doesn't
cost.
impact it at all. No.
That was my question. That's what I know. Thank you.
All right. The next one we have for Russ is Highway and Grounds. So we have $25,000 for field and playground equipment. Funds will be used for basic maintenance and repair of townwide playgrounds. $25,000 for capital projects miscellaneous. Funds will be used for small building improvement projects throughout town. $320,000 for a large dump truck in the highway department. Funds will be used to replace the existing 1998 highway dump truck. $50,000 for a trailer in the highway department. Funds will be used to replace a trailer. The trailer hauls construction equipment to and from the job site. Those are the ones out of the general fund. I have down $2,500,000 for artificial turf field and high school track replacement. I really put that on for discussion purposes, that we could have a conversation about that. And I think that was it.
All right, we'd like to pick this up.
Well, I will open the discussion, I guess, then on the track and the high school. So my understanding right now is the current thought process would be that the FHS building committee closes, returns, sort of earmark potential bonding dollars, and we become the stewards of that, and then we can then choose to put this out as a bonding project with that money to do these things. Is that correct?
It would be, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily refer to it as a bonding project. It would be like a capital project.
Capital,
But
sorry.
yeah, I think the preference is looking at when we've been having some discussions about is that when at the high school project ends and the books are closed, they're going to be returning money, And at that time, the council then can determine, and it would be a council decision, and it's our understanding through our lawyers is that that money could be appropriated to the doing this type of project because it is a high school project and it fits in the original bond question that we had. And so at that time, the council could have that discussion and decide to replace the track and the turf field.
Okay. Yeah, so for whatever discussion topic points, I mean, I've had just conversations with people. I think that both are in need. I like the idea of money that was initially earmarked for the high school being used up in that area. I think it's a good way of knocking out a capital project. So I didn't really have any other engineering questions off the top of my head, so I will leave it at that.
Great. Bill? Yeah, the other stuff makes perfect sense. I don't have any questions on the other asks. And then with respect to the field and the track, I think it's important we frame it as what's happening is that the building committee is returning back to the town the ability to essentially, in other words, it's not like we're getting a check or money. There's like money that's in a fund, right, Joe? That's coming back to the town. It's money that the town had permission or the building committee had permission to go to bond with because the town had previously passed that, right? So then it becomes back to us, and then it becomes a question of whether or not we as the council want to act in the context of regular order as opposed to having to go to the town and present this as a bond. But we can actually say, well, we already have this money potentially available to us because we've already asked the town to authorize us to borrow this money. And I think that's really what's important, because I think there was some comment made tonight in public comment about how that's going to work. And I think however we do this, it's important that we're really transparent about how we describe what the process actually is.
Right.
I think we talked offline a little bit, Patty, and this was something that when I was on the board, this was one of those wants and needs kind of thing, and we had talked about this as being something that we would, if we could do it, we'd want to do it. So in other words, this isn't something that's necessarily new to the public discourse on the high school project. Right.
Right. Well, and I think your point is well taken, but also to remember too is that when the high school project started, the track wasn't in the condition it is now.
Correct.
And so it's not like this track and this field wasn't ever going to be done. It was going to be done, but when you guys were discussing it as part of the school project, it didn't probably go to the top of the list because it wasn't, at that time, you didn't know 7 years later, now you have money left, and it was going to be done, whether it was going to be done at that project or now.
Right.
It was always going to be done.
Right.
So I think the point was it was quite a few years ago.
Right. And I think that's a really good point. That's why I was kind of taken off of the punch list, so to speak.
Yes,
right. Because
exactly.
It was something that we knew we didn't necessarily need right then and there. But now we find ourselves with that need. Yeah, I think so long as we're transparent with the community and explain that what you just identified, that's the public policy behind maybe doing it that way as opposed to putting it out to bond.
And I think the messaging and how you put it out is important because it does get confusing. It's about appropriation, authorizations, bonding. Are we bonding it? And I think it's simple, but we should have it very squared away about what exactly is happening because we've bonded it, but we've authorized it. Have we spent it? All these different things. And so I think that we can really package it to have people be able to understand it.
Right. I think that's really good. I'm excited to have this conversation. This is an opportunity to probably save something off of the bonding that we're going to put out a referendum in the spring. So, thank you. Ben?
Bill made my points about the high school and track. No, it's perfectly okay. The one comment, so I don't see it on here, but I know, Kathy, we've talked about it, that snow removal from the municipal campus is a challenge. And that one of the things we're going to have to consider, not this year's capital, but moving forward, is how we handle that on a more efficient basis. I don't know, Russ, if you're in a position to talk at all just about that so we can be prepared for what's coming.
I already wrote in my new item that I need for this year.
Yeah, Russ, if I can interrupt you before you.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you talk. One of the things that, again, I think it would be fair to say is that equipment in the highway department is something that we need need, and we are trying to balance, all the other needs. But when you're doing snowmobiles, I wish we were doing snowmobiles. We're doing trucks, and the years in 1998, and that's our replacement plan. And we didn't do a plow truck last year. We did another piece of equipment. We need equipment, and I think that with this municipal campus, and Russ can describe it more, is that it's very hard to maintain it and get the snow out and where to put it. And there's a piece of equipment that they've been looking at that would help us and be more efficient and do some different things. And Russ could maybe talk to it a little bit. But I guess if there was ever any time that we even wanted to increase the capital budget, where I would see a need to increase would be in our highway and grounds, in our equipment side of things. We're always kind of one step below, and the mechanics do a really good job, but you can see how everything's always getting pushed out for different things. And so I just I was going to say good things about the equipment. So that we really do need
How long does
equipment.
it take to get one of those trucks? Like that $320,000 truck? I know like our trucks are years.
Yeah, it's about 9 months.
Yeah, 7 to 9 months. Depends on me,
So the earliest we would have it for is like next January, next
Right. And Russ, maybe describe that piece of equipment that's you're looking at.
Kathy and I talked about it for a couple of times. We originally looked at it like a snow melter, but it would be a good thing to have, but uses a lot of fuel to melt the snow. I talked with another couple municipalities who have one. It's costly for the fuel. Talked with another couple municipalities. They have snow throwers, like a big snow blower that attaches to their loader, and it'll take care of that. We basically remove the snow right into our trucks and haul it wherever we can haul it. We've talked about hauling it over in front of the F hill, blow it down on the hill on the F. Could maybe charge some kids for sledding and maybe offset some costs. But then
Great hills.
have improve that sledding hill. Right?
Yeah.
There it goes down. Coming back to the environmental side, we just got an email the other day that Katie Dyke says we can dump directly into the
I got the same email. Yep.
I don't want to do that, but it's a possibility because you just don't have enough storage. But if we were to take it and put it down in front of the F hill, not only would you increase your sledding time, but it would go down into, we have the detention basin area. Anything, the water would run off, get into that, and it would kind of hold it before it just directly discharges. So that's a positive thing. But the snow blower would probably be my number one recommendation.
What would that have?
Excuse me?
What's the cost?
About $250,000. And then just for another little plug while I have the floor before I get the hook, we have 2 1998 dump trucks that we are currently running, and it's a challenge. We need spares, so we have 14 runs. We have 2 spare trucks, and without a doubt, something breaks during every storm. And you'll see in the operating costs in our operating budget, the money that we spend on repairs and maintenance is just going up and going up. And it's partly due to, like Kathy alluded to, it's just the age of our equipment. We just don't replace it in a timely manner. And I don't know anybody who has a 1998 vehicle that they run 5 days a week. And we have it. We have 2 frontline vehicles like that. So it's not a complaint. It's just a reality. And when we're having to repair all these things, it costs a lot of money. So it gets to a point where fish or cut bait, and we cut bait a lot. So it's just one of those bigger picture things, a big item thing, and I understand that, but it is what it is. But so my guys were here Sunday about 5 p.m. They left last night about 9 o'clock, and we were hauling snow out so that we would have enough parking spaces for the students to park, because we take up a lot of spaces with that snow piling. And it would just cut that time down. We'd cut down on some overtime. It would cut down on just overall operation. So
And it's extremely inefficient, as we talked about. It's how we're doing it now. And also, it's taking away from the other roads in town because you have to have so much resources up here, or we have to contract it out to have someone, and that's costing a lot of money. And the priority is where we don't want to be in a position where we're not opening up schools because we can't get the parking lot cleared. And so it's really, and again, when I was sitting in the office and watching the trucks go down, I was mind-boggling how many times they had to go to clear snow up there. So if it's something, and again, when we put this budget together, we didn't realize that when you have a little bit of snow versus what you have now, it really does make a big difference. So you'd probably see that on the list if we knew that. So Patty, thank you for bringing that up.
Of course. I do have a question about the equipment. So, and it came up in the sidewalk meeting last week about the pre-treatment and the impact that has on the snow that ends up on the sidewalk. So if we're talking about throwing the snow onto the F hill, are the parking lots also pre-treated? So is that then ending up onto the hill and then
Depends on
up
the storm.
to the-
So
okay.
yes and no. It depends on the storm. If like the 18 inches we got a couple weeks ago, we didn't pre-treat because of the temperatures. There wasn't any chance of anything icing up. But if we had this equipment, depending on the storm, we wouldn't pre-treat. But that said, even when we do pre-treat, by the time it snows and the snow hits it and melts off, it dissipates so much that there's not a lot of salt left in it. So by the time it gets down there and melts through, it'll melt through and run through, infiltrate into the earth before there's no direct
Before it
discharge
goes into
to
the
the
river.
river.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think that's a positive place to put a lot of snow.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions?
Yeah. The numbers for the track in the field, the 1.25, is that off of like a vendor has seen the situation and given us an estimate, or is that just a square foot cost, like
Square foot cost.
that somebody has?
And I've made a call to a couple contractors, and they've been told it's plenty of money.
Got it. Okay.
The one good thing is, based on what the number we have, we don't have to spend it, right? It's just that's the estimate for it.
Right.
So I think we'll be in good shape.
Okay.
And
And it sounds like, am I right, Joe? Like what Bill had mentioned, we sunset the actual high school project. It has a bow on it. The number is kind of the number, right, for that. And then this comes to the council to then kind of reappropriate for a project that's within the campus of the high school. So by our lawyers, we're in a spot where we can do that. Is that it? Did I gather that information right?
You're not sunsetting the project, you're sunsetting.
Okay.
So you would leave the project so that you could, once you close the project, you cannot no longer spend anything that's left. So basically, you're thanking the committee and you're keeping the project open.
Okay.
To use additional work.
So with the fact that that's what I thought we had to do. So that clarifies it. With that said, are we going to be able to move forward, Russ, with like no O&G? Like you're going to do this, you're going to self-perform this out of your office?
Correct. Well,
we're not going to be carrying those costs,
no,
right?
sir.
We're not going to have a project manager from them.
No.
Right.
No.
So a number of that administration of the high school project construction goes away.
Correct.
The
Okay.
intent would be, I think, and we'll obviously have more discussion about it, but the intent would be, and that's why we didn't want to run it out of the high school project anyway, because you'd have all these extra costs, is that it'd be run through like a capital project that we run our capital projects, which would go through Russ's department.
Right. We put it out to bid, put the bid together, put the bid specs together, work with Joe, and put it out to bid on our own and run it just like Kathy says, a regular capital project.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you answered my questions. I think the only thing I would say, a comment for me would be, it's a balance, right? We need to numbers are balancing, budgets are balanced, what I mean? And decisions that are made, whether they're made 20 years ago, we own too, right? Currently we own, like to me, a 30-year-old truck, like to me, seems like it would have been dealt with earlier than 30 years.
Well,
what I mean? I'm saying, but the Farmington way might be we fix everything, we try to get every ounce of light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so for me, it's still thinking in a balanced way. That are we taking these dollars in the most effective way to handle the needs that are identified? You know what I mean? So that's my only comment. I'm not.
And I think that the Farmington Way, we've gotten much, much better with our capital over, of course, a period of time between, I would say, 10 or 15 years that we've gotten much better. But what happens, though, is that different times is that when the budgets are really tight, this is what we have done typically, is that you lower the capital budget. And even though we have really good maintenance plans and do different things, and these trucks are supposed to last, is that we miss a year or skip a year, and then we start getting behind. But your point is that we haven't been following our plans to the letter over, and even if any town, there's just so much equipment, it's just going to be a balance anyway.
Right. Okay.
All right, thank you. Katie?
I just real quick on an outer year, the Parks and Maintenance Building, the 3.6 and 3031, is that a renovation?
New building.
A new building.
Right now, we have a metal building,
It's next to the highway department to the right.
Okay, yeah.
and it's
So the new building.
it's really starting to show its age. We've made some minor repairs to it, but it's going to be to the point where it needs to be replaced. And the thought was to build a new structure at the end of the mechanics bay, so it's all attached.
The highway department.
At the highway department. So if you're facing the highway department on the right-hand side, there's those 3 tall doors.
Yep.
We'd add this onto the right side of that, take the salt shed, relocate it down to where the Parks building is, and get that away. So that's farther away, and then we have more room in between, and that's kind of like the outlier for. We need to go there in the summer, and we just leave it where it is, and in the winter we just go down there and load as needed.
Thank you.
Bruce?
I think your answers to Dave's questions, I think, mollified me somewhat, but I'm still concerned about the track and field in that, I guess just because we can doesn't mean we should. I mean, we're sitting here, at way above a capital target. If it's 2.5%, we're at 3.1. It's a bad look to be doing this on top of all the other spending we're doing. I mean, it seems like our estimates are high for this, and I really haven't heard that business case is an absolute necessity, that this needs to be done now, and that these two things have to be done together. It almost sounds like, because we're getting the vendor to do it, a bit of a sales pitch that, these things got to go together. So I am concerned about this one in particular.
Yeah, and I think, Bruce, one of the things is that your point is that I think that we have had some discussion, and we put it here to have the discussion about it because we have to talk about it, the project's ending and things like that. And I think that some of your points that when the building committee is done, some of these things where we're going to go through in more detail about, why they're being done together, what happened, and the council have that a much more larger discussion on the topic of this.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Yeah.
So, if I may, there was no sales pitch by anybody. I called to confirm the square foot prices. There wasn't any discussion about what do you think? Should we not? This is based on discussions we've had internally about the project, those two projects.
Costs exactly the same to do the track?
No,
and the
absolutely not. It's just here we go to put it in.
So they're swags at this point, right?
Correct. To a point. The track is not going to be $1.2 million. Hey, we're talking about it. I put the number in. We're good.
Placeholders.
It's a placeholder. That's all it is.
Yeah, just to have discussion purposes, because the track and the track and the field have to be done in the relatively near future. So that's why we wanted to have this discussion, and it was slated to be bonded. But again, I don't think it's a great look to be bonding track in this when we just did a big high school project and go out for another referendum question. People have said, why wouldn't you have done it when you just did the high school? So again, so there's a lot more that has to come with the details of this, Bruce, and the numbers and everything like that. But one of the things that was suggested to me is to bring it up here so that we could have this discussion, and seem like this would be the good place to do it.
Fair point. Okay.
Just to give you a little background on the track, was originally reconstructed in 06, 05. We redid the surface in 13, 14. So it's about every 10 years that you need to do that. So we're due for that. The turf was put in 14, and we should, you know, at the time we were told you get 15, 20 years out of it. We're coming up on that, 15 years. And to do it, when we did them separately, once we had the track in and to protect it, that I think we had a number of something like $75,000 to protect the track to get the turf in. So to put this together, it kind of makes sense, so we can save some money for that. The turf is getting worn; it gets a lot of use. We groom it constantly. If you'll notice, if you go on Google Earth, look at even the turf field down the Mead. We groom that as well, and you can see the wear pattern in it. It wears down the center, and it's the turf. It's a function of time, and the sunlight's taking its course on it as well. So that's why I would recommend to do them both at the same time and get them on pretty much the same site. It would be every other cycle for the turf as it would be for the track surface.
They have the same useful life then, the two things, if you do them at the same time? The wear
Pretty
and-
much, except that once in between, because it's only a 3/4 to an inch of rubber surface, and it wears out and breaks down over time.
So the track is twice as vulnerable to wearing out as the turf.
Correct, as a turf.
So we're going to be back here again, right, when the track is finished next time and the field is only halfway through its useful life, saying we want to do them both again?
No. It's not what I'm saying.
You only do the track.
You don't.
Okay.
You would do the track intermittently to the turf.
Right. Understood.
So you get caught up to, there'd be one track, then the turf and track, then the turf, then the track, then the track, then the turf.
But the surface would always be in between.
Correct.
I know there's a tremendous amount of snow on there now, so I don't know how that fits in our timeline, but I know that it's expressed to me that it's when Joanne spoke about and had questions about safety and some of the other risk factors with turf, things like that. I know that there are people that are willing to facilitate a tour for all of us to check out to see where there's areas where like seams don't meet up, where areas that are worn through that are just for surface of play where there are concerns there. The track itself, I think you can see if you run that track. If you run that track, you will inevitably bring some of that track home in your shoes. I don't disagree with we've also had public comment talking about how could we stretch more years out? Sure. I mean, but to Dave's point, is it the type of thing where maybe we've done too much of that in the past and we end up paying for it all at the same time? So I just think I agree with you about the look with the capital budget too, though. It sounds like it's going to be an expensive year, but if it's useful, I think we could facilitate a tour once snow melts sometime in August or whatever that is.
Yeah, but I think my recommendation is really that it's taken off this plan altogether.
Right. Yeah.
It's taken off this plan altogether, and that when the money comes back, then it gets on. It's already been appropriated the money. If the council decides to do it, we do it that way.
That's great.
How would that? We're 3.1%. If we took this off the capital project,
It's different because this is a bonding question. The bonding doesn't.
so that's not included as part of it. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Exactly. All right.
Can I just have a quick question to follow up on Patty's question about snow removal?
Yes.
Do we always have to truck snow out of the high school where there was room up there?
No.
Was there, now we have to do that? Was there any discussion about, snow removal?
Yes.
Can I answer that?
No.
Okay.
No. The way that the high school is built, our zoning rules and different things with pavement, that our Farmington Way here, as you talk about Farmington Way, is that we inherently make it very difficult to maintain. And the way this is built and the islands and the different things, we don't have the room to put the snow that we used to have the room to put the snow. And, Russ and the staff talked to the building committee, and this is transparent, we've talked about it. There's a lot of things, it's just our rules are that they don't want parking lots to look like just parking lots. Our rules are that they have islands, they have some trees, they look nice, which inherently make them more difficult to maintain. And the way that the system, how it's set up now, there's not the space that there used to be able to move the snow. As Jim Rosbasin had said, the high school was the easiest place to remove snow, has now turned to the hardest place to remove snow. And
there were no islands before? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, it was kind of like just kind of wide open.
Right. High school sits now, you had the field, so you could put the snow there.
Yes.
Now you have the building and the parking lots and the 1928 building and the 900.
there's just nowhere to put the snow.
Oh, okay, so just down the hills goes. We also have that hill that's kind of in front of the high school that goes down to the annex.
Right, and that's where we're saying about blowing the snow over.
Down there and
Yeah.
to the F hill.
Yeah.
Correct. Oh, yeah, so we'd hit it around, basically,
Okay, I thought you were just
we would
talking
out
just
back.
the F hill.
No, not just. We'd hit it around the east side, south side, the north side. It would get blown everywhere, but we'd take whatever we couldn't, we would put it on in front of the F.
Perimeter.
Correct.
Okay, no, I was just curious
Yep.
about that.
And I do have to say, there was one time that we had to truck snow out, and it was in 13, that February 13 storm where we got 30 inches. But that was an anomaly. But I just want, for
Similar to this
transparency's sake, I just want everyone to know we had to truck it out before.
It's not that we've never had.
No, exactly.
All right.
All right, thank you. I want to move on to.
All right, so we just have a couple more with Russ. So we have update the plan of conservation and development is coming out of LoCIP funds at $175,000. You're all familiar with that. We're required to update our plan of conservation and development, and so that would be coming out of LoCIP funds, and it's mandated that we do that once every 10 years. So that item is still there, and then we also have Tinty barn improvements. This will be, I think, to finalize all the barn, to get everything done. They'll be up to speed. That's coming out of our other funds also. And then we have Westwoods. Hold on, we'll find that one. The aerator is coming out of other funds for the Westwoods Golf Course. And then the last one is the parking lot improvements at Westwoods at the recreational facility.
Any question on any of these?
Just
Sorry, go ahead, Betty.
I was going to say, just because we had a comment today about the parking lot, I assume that this is all part of a phase of getting it done. So we are it's not an afterthought. It was always planned to be done in this way. That's all. Thank you.
That was my question.
Thank you.
Just one question I had was the Tinty barn, now that it'll be fully renovated and stabilized on the outside, and is there any thought process of the use of, has any group come forwad or anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and let's talk offline about
Okay.
that, but there has been some talk, and that's something that, I'll be more than happy to talk
Yeah,
offline.
I mean, now that it's,
Done, yeah.
The investment has been. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else with Russ? Nope, Russ, thank you.
Good.
Yep.
Thanks, Russ.
Thank you, Russ.
Everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Russ.
Which ones haven't we talked about? All right, so what's
Community services and town manager.
those? So the next one we have is community services, which are all O's. The first one is $20,000 for a dial ride bus. I'm sure you remember that the Shepherd Family Foundation gives us a donation. It has been every year since. It's not required to be every year, depending on some different things. So this is a $20,000 donation that will be banked, and then it will be used in part to buy a dial ride with other funds. Mountain Road Apartments. On Mountain Road, we own some apartments, and they need some rehab done to them. So that would be, there's 4 apartments there. That would be $75,000. We have some DECD rehab grant funds from way back, and we have looked to work with the state that we could take those grants and reallocate it to these projects. So that would be the Mountain Road Apartments. And also on Town Farm Road, we own the house across the street from the farm. And so that house needs some rehab too, and it would be with other funds. So that would be 25,000. And then the last, we talked about the Westwoods Golf Course. So those would be community services.
All right. Keith, any questions?
No, thank you.
Phil?
No questions.
Nope, thank you.
Dave?
The only question I have, because I just don't know, is like the apartments, Mountain Road, Town Farmer, if a tenant changes, do we advertise or how?
Yep, it's all through Nancy Parent's office, and they have criteria and some different things. They don't turn over very much,
Right,
but,
no,
they do, and they're income driven and some different things that go along with it.
Nancy does a really good job. This is one of the housing authority things where
Yeah.
the woman who'd been living upstairs for years.
Yep.
And they had the downstairs finally opened up. So it's a really nice job rehabbing, moved her and everything. There's a lot of care put into that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I just didn't know. Okay.
No, and it's just that the outsides need some work and some different things. They both need some work.
All right.
Right, and then the last.
I think Kathy just hit on what I was going to ask, was just the rehab is just around maintenance and like updating out exterior stuff.
Let me see what Nancy, what did she say for us? I know on the Mountain Road ones, I think the outside, not patios, but the decks need to be done and some different things. Town Farm Road is mainly interior, some work on the interior, like just appliances and different things that we need.
Okay. Bruce, anything?
No, I'm good.
All right. Thanks very much for that. Move on to Town Manager's Office.
All right, let's see what we got. Let me make sure we've hit all the ones. We talked about that. This one we have to talk about. Cindy Barn, Brian. All right, replacement, hit those. The board. This one, this one, this one, this one. Fire department. Police, okay. Okay, so town manager, the Gs, we have $80,000 for technology improvements. Funds in this account will be used to replace the hardware to increase storage and processing capability on the virtual infrastructure and phone system upgrades for some of town buildings. $200,000 is 1928 building furniture, fixtures, and furnishings. Funds will be used to replace aging furniture in town offices and complete furnishings in the new facility. $150,000 for revaluation. Funds will be used for the 2026 revaluation process that's required by state law. $25,000 for building equipment and improvements. Funds will be used for unanticipated repairs to various town buildings and equipment as the needs arise. And $40,000 for fleet vehicles. Funds will be used to maintain the fleet replacement program. And then we are recommending a $7 million bond, and that would be for this building, the Town Hall Annex. $3 million would be to do the HVAC system, which has always been on our plan. That's our last building to do the air conditioning system. And then the renovations of both this town hall and the Staples House. And you heard from some of the people today, it would be the people, Nancy Parent and her group in the Staples House would move into this building. The idea so social services would be here, the food bank would be here, Hope would be here, Unionville Museum would be here, but most of their thoughts would be storage types of things, and of what they want is that. And probate is already here, and they've moved upstairs. We did some basic renovations to the Board of Education space. So these groups have expressed a need for additional space and different things, and so this would be in this building.
All right. Bruce, would you like to start the conversation?
Sure, thank you. I think we might want to bump up our technology improvement budget a little bit with our in keeping with our strategic plan with the web upgrade and the .gov conversion. There may be some things we want to do in terms of like design services, bundle in, putting Everbridge on steroids and kind of fix that up and make that more useful and integrate it into some other things, maybe evaluate a 311 system as part of that. So I'm not thinking a huge amount, but I'm thinking maybe like another 30K would probably cover all those.
100% because of either here or in the operating budget. You haven't seen the operating budget yet, but again, on the operating budget, to hit some of those initiatives, we're going to need more money on the operating budget too. So whether we put it in here or put it in the operating budget, I would suggest, we're not making changes anyway, but when we talk at the operating budget, get the whole picture to see what we are going to do. I think that Brian does a wonderful job keeping us on a budget, really not a lot of money, but to do some of the initiatives, we're definitely going to need more money.
Understood. I guess capitalizing it is because we're not a profit-making entity. It makes no difference from depreciation or other standpoints to capitalize some of these projects. Joe, is that true? No benefit. Okay, so it doesn't matter which budget it's in.
No, if it's a normal operating, like paying its licensing fees, things like that, that would go into its operating budget. If you're undergoing a redesign of your website and you're doing this every 5 years type of thing that you're doing, that's more appropriate here.
Okay. So maybe some here, some there is maybe.
It doesn't make a difference.
And you'll see more of this when you get to the operating budget. One of the things you want to be careful of is one-time expenditures. When you bump them into the operating budget, tend to never go away. So you want to put them in the capital budget so that this capital budget, one, it carries over from year to year until the project is complete. And two, it doesn't artificially inflate their operating budget.
That makes sense. Cool. Thank you. Okay, I'll stop for now.
Nadine?
The only quick question on the fleet vehicles, like I see for this year, it's just a $40,000 and then it goes like 60 and then 70. So is there?
Joe, correct me, but I think that's just the cars are becoming more and more expensive, correct?
Yeah, there's two things. One is what you're replacing. So we have we try to replace certain vehicles every year. And we're talking basically the vehicles that are used for engineering, building inspection. Basically cars or small SUVs. And depending upon what's being replaced in that year, we would try to budget for that. The other thing we also look at is we maintain an account. Anytime we sell a vehicle, and we've had very good luck selling vehicles, we put that money back into replacing the vehicle. So we supplement what we put in here. So, for example, we sold it was about Tahoe. We sold the Chevy Tahoe last summer. Got a very good price for it, and it actually helped us in buying other vehicles this year. It actually helped the police department in buying their vehicles this year. So we supplement that with the sale of other vehicles, but we try to get rid of the oldest vehicles first and the high-use vehicles first, and pass things around. So sometimes the vehicle gets passed down from, like, social services, their vehicle doesn't get used a real lot, but the engineering vehicle may get used a real lot. So there's maybe some swap. So it really depends on what we're. The short answer is what we're trying to replace and how much a vehicle we have in our account to help supplement that.
Okay. No, it makes sense because I see the prior year's 40. So, thank you.
So just a couple points. One would be, and maybe Kat would be able to answer this. The $200,000 for the 1928 building is the replacement of furniture. Is it up there already, or people we haven't moved it and we need to get it, or
we did a partial replacement. Sorry.
That needs to be.
Maybe we should put microphones in the capital budget. We did a partial replacement of furniture, so not every department had new furniture in the new building. So this would continue that replacement. Offices like the tax, town clerk's office, assessor's office, a lot of offices in the development wing, a couple of us in town managers, we did not get new furniture. So this would be a program throughout the next couple of years to bring each of the departments, not all at once, but new furniture in a new building. The furniture we have it works, but it would be nice to have all of those. Department Finance will not have, they'll be bringing up their furniture when they move on Thursday. So this just continues that program.
And then in the furniture that's necessary for the new building, there's common spaces. Is there furniture in these common areas that we furnished already, or do we still have to populate common areas?
So the new common areas have been furnished with our budget under the project. We had about $200,000 for all new furniture in the 1928 building. A lot of that did go to conference room space. We have a large training room, kind of like the pavilion, which required all new furniture. Conference spaces, we have new conference room furniture that are bigger. We weren't going to bring the conference tables and chairs from probably 1990 up to the new building. We have a lobby that needs new furniture that was done, and a lot of common spaces. That was the priority in getting the furniture, which is why not every office got new furniture.
Got it. Okay, I kind of figured that, or at least some part of that. But anyways,
I don't know if anyone has been in the building lately. The common area, the conference room furniture is in, but the common area, like in the library and some of these other, is not in. It just hasn't gotten here yet.
right.
It's
not-
like 2 weeks it'll be
yeah,
here.
got it. Very good. Okay. And then Russ, on technology, 80,000, or
Yeah, so I know you asked Matt a lot of questions about banking
Yeah.
money. So right now we have a balance of a lot more, but what's not encumbered is about $128,000. 40,000 of this would be for server infrastructure replacement, and then the other 40,000 would be for phone system upgrades to replace the controllers at 5 buildings.
Okay. Got it.
Anything else?
And then, no, that answers that question. And then, so we heard some really good stuff tonight in town hall improvements, the existing town hall improvements. So you brought them out, you've asked them, they came, they talked, and they made great cases, right? We're blessed with a lot of volunteers who are robustly in these areas, and and we want to make sure that we capitalize our talent and our volunteerism that we have, without a doubt. The $7 million, I guess, and $3 million for HVAC. Now, do we have the schematics of town hall already, like, kind of mapped out? Like, how were you able to bring these people and kind of assign? They kind of know where they're going?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So we've been working with them. We had our study done for the HVAC system. So we had that done, and so we have that, a price and what we need to have done. Then when we've talked about when we were doing the new town hall, everyone's talking about who was going there back years,
Yeah, years.
going back.
Yeah.
So there has been a list of people that want space. So the food bank, the other big issue has been social services, getting them out of the Staples house and moving them into this building. So we had an architect come through and kind of do just design drawings, not design drawings, that's not the right term.
Schematics. Conceptual. Okay, conceptual.
About where people would like to go. And so nothing is firmed up in place. Like, we know that Hope would like to, they need a big area because they need to put tables for their congregate stuff. The food bank would like to be downstairs. The handicap entrance is over this way. So we know that they would want to go over there. Nancy Parent is moving office space. So like in the engineering area, that's good office space already. They could basically move in with not a lot of, there's changes, but not a ton of changes. So I've met with all of them and talked about it. And then the architect has met with all of them to see what their needs are. And so like different things, a level of, not a huge level of discussion, but like the food pantry uses refrigerators. Can they share refrigerators with the Hope partners?
Mhm.
So some of using like
Some adjacencies, how do you use
Yes.
adjacencies and leverage?
So we've been working with different people like that. This can be done in different ways. You talk about the Farmington Way and different things. You got to fix the air conditioning system if people are going to live in this building. So that's the one thing. So that's been planned. You could very much, if you didn't want to put another bond in, you could do section by section and put it in the capital and renovate a section of the building and have that group move in and do it and take 5 to 7 years to get everyone in. I think there's a need think there's enthusiasm. I think that there's a social services with food bank, with Hope, is nice partnerships for everything.
right.
I think with our cultural district that's been running, they are really like, it's just been going great. So them going to the Staples House, they've toured around all over trying to find a spot. And again, the Staples House seems like a great place to do it, and we don't want vacant buildings,
Right.
you know, that type of thing. So that's kind of been the process, but like I've spoke with all of them and said, listen, this is, conceptually it was, they came to us, we want space. Then it was conceptually to them, does this space work for you? Yes. Do you understand this is who's going to be in it? And there's a process that has to take place. We may say that you're here, but you may have to go here. But in general, there seemed like there was a lot of enthusiasm to come here and have this be the whole campus.
So I hear you,
Yeah.
and I think you're right. I mean, I think this building lends itself, like with the fact that we have these groups, and these groups have already kind of already thought through a little bit where they would be, and even like the food pantry is like, we don't have to have an elevator like we have,
Yeah.
you know, currently and so forth. We can come in on the ground level. So my bigger question is there's a number of groups that are going to coexist, right?
Yep.
And to me, I just wonder if we did a plan, if we finalized the plan and the planning over a year's time, and really understood where people are going to land in their adjacencies, just for two reasons. One reason would be, obviously, whatever we do in the HVAC has got to finally come down and go through diffusers and returns, and there's no reason to like do the HVAC without really knowing how the floor plans shake out, right? And what the user groups need for comfort level. That's number one. The second thing is, do we envision having any staff here during the day? Like, you got all these users, people coming and going. Like, do we have a need for somebody at a front desk now? Or I mean, we can't find these things out later.
No.
You know what I mean? Because I think if we go, so it's a fine line. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of good energy, and I think this thing could really pay dividends. Yeah. I totally agree with everything that was said in the first half of this meeting. For me, though, it's bringing all these groups together, and they, you know, there'll be a rhythm to this building and so forth. You know, the users as they come and go, and you know, we just don't want to find like we need 2 new staff members because some people that are going to the food pantry end up, you know, somewhere else in the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I just want to make sure we really, as much as we can, have a comfort level of understanding how that all comes together.
Right.
I think it's it's just, for me, it just sits there as a thought that, you know, really dogging those details out are, you know, is like pretty important.
Yeah, I think I don't necessarily disagree with your comments. I think it's a very fine line about how to do it, meaning that, you know, we're looking kind of on the financial forecast, when we're going to bond it. You know, we have different things coming up in the next bonding cycle and stuff like that, that if we wanted to put money in, a higher amount of money in architectural things and hammer out some of those things with the thought that the bond would go next year. Again, it's strategies of groups with the council, what you want to do. It's a reval year. I think that it's not that complicated what we want to do. So again, and I think our whole understanding with this group of people were that there's a level of flexibility, and we're going to work through that. And part of the bonding is going to have the art. The thought would be, it would go out to referendum. A part of that, we'd start the design and go through this whole process to get all that together.
Okay.
Again, but you know, it's neither here. You know, it's a hard decision.
Okay. You've kind of rounded it out.
And
Go
it's
ahead.
not that the work hasn't been done already. I believe it was 2 years ago the council did put money in for this study.
Right, the study.
For the
No,
annex.
right.
So, you know, the work, the groundwork has been started, and we did those conceptual designs. The architect met with each of these so we can see those synergies and who goes where. So,
Right.
you know, the groundwork has been started on that.
Right.
And then, you know, we have been talking again, like, about the entrance ways and different things. You have probate and going through and certain things, but you say about having a receptionist, but, you know, it may be something where now these back doors are locked in the new scenario because people are going to be coming through, and you have signage, and you're almost like, if you're in the food bank, you're coming back here and this is your area. But again, it's a big building, and, you know, do we do something where you now have a technology, a big TV
Right.
in the front of the reception area that shows the different things? So that level of detail has not been worked out, but I will say that it's never been the intent that this town hall would now have a receptionist and different things
Right.
like that.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Dave asked most of my questions, I think, on the town hall improvements. The annex study, can we get a copy of that?
Yeah, sure. Just remember it says big draft.
Yes, I know it's draft. It just helps to conceptualize it, because I think every time we've gone to the town, well, maybe not every time, but I can think of when we've gone to the town on some of our big projects, we've had a better concept or schematic already prepared. So it's hard to figure out what we're asking the town to vote for if we don't really
I think,
have
again,
what we'd have
like,
yet.
the schematics are, and again, I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but it would be something that we'd start looking at. It's really about, we're renovating the town hall to this town hall, and these are the people that are moving into the town hall to use that space, right? I think that would be kind of what we would be looking at.
Yeah, I'd just like to see what we already have.
Yeah, we definitely can get a copy of that, and I'll make sure we have an updated one, because we've moved people around, and someone got the plan, not that they didn't get, they got it from someone, and it was the wrong spot, and then we had, you know, people got upset about that. So I want to make sure that it's really
Russ was looking for his corner office.
I know. We're flexible. We really just want to make sure that people wanted to move in, that they wanted to come, and, you know, the space, you know, was good for them.
And the proposed 7 million, so it's the 3 million HVAC. Does the remainder 4 million, is it both this building and Staples?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And presumably then anything that would be done for Staples, we'll have to bring it all into ADA compliance, and because that stairway is steep and scary. Okay. The only other we can cover this later too, but the only other request I have when we actually get into our full budget and we have those days where we're talking about it is and I think you've provided this for us before, Joe, but for all the banking accounts, information about how much are in those accounts and the status of those projects, just so we're looking at the full picture as we're looking at capital projects. So I've heard it on a couple of these, like Brian mentioned the technology, and I don't know where I know you mentioned it there.
We actually have very few banking accounts
Right.
on the town side.
I think these are the vehicles and the technology, I think, are the first time I've heard it tonight.
But I also point out to you that a couple of questions came up. I think Bruce had a question about some of this. In this document that you all have, there's a whole section in the back that lists every single capital project. And it gives you the balances that, of course, they're as of June 30th of last year, but it shows you all the activity that took place, all the money that came into the project, all the expending that took place, and then the balance was as of June 30th of last year. So,
Thank you for that reminder.
And Patty, one of the things what Joe said is that, again, we do have, and we'll get you a list of the banking accounts, but we really, because we have used money, we haven't been banking the money as much than we had in the past, because we've been spending down. Like the town hall account is another one that either banking or holding the money, but we've been spending down on that money. So there's less of this banking going on.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
I guess Dave and Patty asked a lot of the questions I have about the 7 million. And I don't remember this, and I'm asking this question out of pure ignorance. When we went to the town for the approvals for the 1928 building, we bonded that. Was there discussion about what we would have to do with respect to bringing this building to a place where people could do what we want to do? What we're talking about, in other words, was there contemplation or consideration of the fact that in addition to what we were going to be bonding for the 1928 building, we would have to bond in relation to bringing this building up to where we want it to be?
Yes, there was a couple of things, different conversations that went on. If you look in the Capitol, it was done that it was more, that it would be the 375,500, and we piecemeal it together.
Okay.
But as things started to go, and that's why we had the study done, is that we really got it wasn't us going to them about it, it's people coming to us about this.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? So if no one had come or no one expressed that they had the need for any of the space, I think we'd renovate section. We'd get the social service department first, because I think we'd like them out of the Staples House because of ADA and that type. So they would come, and that was $500,000. But then all of a sudden now, the Hope, and they came to us, and also Hope because our senior center's crowded. And so it helps the senior center. And then all of a sudden the food pantry had all sorts of problems, not problems, wrong word, all sorts of situations with their space. And then they're like, is there space available? So then they came. So now all of a sudden we had this money and saying, listen, maybe it's time to do it all at the same time. It has great synergies, and we do a bond question.
Okay.
And that's how it really just kind of.
That's how you got to where you are right now. It wasn't necessarily thought of. So in other words, you weren't necessarily thinking we were going to bond it. We were like, we'll just build it out as normal capital.
Right.
But there became a critical mass in the community of various stakeholders that wanted the space. They understood the space was available, and that kind of pushed you to a place where you're like, well, maybe we should rethink how we do it.
Right. And what also drove us is that there's no question that the HVAC at 3.5
Right.
had to
That goes
be
away.
done.
Right.
So we were going to do that because you
No matter
couldn't have
what.
Staples House come in. So that was always thought to be
Mhm.
bonded.
Mhm.
So now all of a sudden you had, and now you have all this need. We said instead of doing 3.5 now and then piecemeal it, why don't we just put it all together and get it done?
Okay.
That's
And so would the bonding question be framed on the ballot as including the various stakeholders that would be coming in to use the building? In other words, is that something that would be, so in other words, if we're going to bring this to the community to ask them to pass on it, right? I just want to make sure we're sending the message that people understand exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure if we can.
So the question itself, the bond resolution itself, the bond resolution would have some of that in it.
Okay.
The question itself would not. The explanatory text would deal with all of that.
Okay. Thanks.
And I think that explanatory text is an important aspect.
It absolutely is. No, I absolutely agree. It gives context. It gives
Yeah,
complete context to the question.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
All right. Thanks. That's what I have. Thank you so much.
Not a question, just a comment. I think it's great. I think everybody should come into this building. I think having buildings be used is awesome. I think given the need for the AC and the cost that we've seen, sounds like everybody's getting new AC everywhere. I personally would be more in favor of getting everybody in here, but slow rolling it, not purposefully, but just thoughtfully planning out where everyone's going to go. Highest priority if there's somebody in the community, the food pantry is paying rent, right? So I don't know if other people are paying rent in their spaces, but maybe like where we can start to help people out in those ways, and we come up with our priority list and we renovate piece by piece, as opposed to I just think $7 million is a big chunk coming off of 16 for 1928, a high school project and whatever else. If that then makes the project cost double because we're doing it over the course of 5 years, obviously that would be stupid. But if there's a way of exploring that, and if they're Unionville Museum, maybe I'm just pulling stuff out, just an example. Like, so Unionville Museum wants to come over here. Maybe they don't need to be fitted out to have the storage spaces they need right away. You know what I mean? So maybe if we brought over Nancy Parent's group and we were able to fit that out, maybe Unionville Museum is still able to get some use out. Maybe the food pantry is able to fit out some things and get things going without having a full rebuild. And so I think having those conversations would be usable if that's possible.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't disagree, and we're just trying to have different things. It's just a question of if you're putting the air, if you're gonna just do an air conditioning system and then do it like maybe the way you've described it. Again, it'll probably, that's one approach to do it. Again, to Dave's point, the Farmington Way, you wonder if we'll ever get the building done.
Yeah,
'Cause,
and again,
you know, that's an issue too. But
building.
But are we in Farmington Way 1.0 now? Is that what we're
Yeah, if there's, if it's, everybody knows, fitting this out, if we had done this all 7 years ago, it would have not been $3 million. So I know everything just gets more and more expensive and so forth. But it does seem like a big chunk, and I could understand why there could be a feeling in the community of well, I thought we spent the money at town hall, the municipal campus. I thought we were good now.
Yeah.
And so you just, you don't want to keep on sort of moving the goalposts. Not that I don't think that's what's happening, but I could understand if somebody had that concern.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying for sure. I mean, there's definitely some different ways, and between now and the budget time, we can look at some different ways and talk to the architect and see if there's, because there is, unfortunately, some even just doing the probate, the board space is the nicest office space. It was recently renovated, but that still costs quite a bit of money to get people, to move the people in, but that's basic office space, so you're doing kitchens and some different things for, not full kitchens, but you know what I mean?
No, I understand.
It's different space. And, but social services may be something, again, you can move in with some basic changes to the engineering area and that type of thing. But
does the food pantry get a walk-in refrigerator, or they're getting?
I think they have a number of larger refrigerators right now. This was all vetted by the architect too. In the study, you see their notes of what they currently have, what they currently need. They're not like one that we have up in the break room now, but I think they have a number of them as well.
Yeah, there's just things like that may, that's what I assumed. I assumed they had a bunch of refrigerators, but even those operations of the amount of heat that each one of those compressors is going to discharge versus, and electricity each one of those is going to use, it might make sense to kind of explore out, maybe they do get a more expensive thing up front that actually will save us money and efficiencies down the road or whatever else. So just thoughts.
We'll try to vet some more things. Again, it's never really been discussed that it would be, if the groups know that there's space and we're working towards it. And it's not happening overnight regardless.
Yeah,
it's going to take some time to get everything together. And, but it's, I get it. It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's possible to say, if it is possible to say, we're offering you the space, we're offering you the remodel, the space is yours now. The remodel comes in 2028. I don't know if that's not wise.
I haven't heard anybody say that it absolutely cannot work for them now as is. Right. I don't want to enhance and make it a good experience for them, but if they can, I think Keith's point's really well taken.
Yeah, and even the Unionville Museum, we talked about that. Their interest is again, what they spoke today is the original thing is storage space, and where our old where we're down there where the old police department was, that's bad space. You're not, but that's good storage space, and so you can move in, and if you're just using it, and you can use you can storage. Now, if you're going to have exhibits and people coming, that's a whole different thing. But for them to just move their stuff in that space for storage space, that's one, we can do that. That's not a huge leap.
Yeah, cool.
So Russ, is this a hub now is the hub up there?
Brian.
What am I saying?
That's all right.
Because it's been a long night, Brian, I'm so sorry. But is the server, are they all up there now?
Most of our servers are still here. So when the high school was torn down, we moved the high school servers and network equipment. We moved most of that down into the server room that's down here. And we're kind of trying to make some decisions on where we're going to move stuff to, whether we're going to, keep it here. I don't think we're going to keep it here. We lost an air conditioner in the server room here. So we got to move it before the springtime, I think. So we're thinking about either keeping it together, either at the high school, at the new town hall, at the 1928 building, or splitting it back between the two things, and maybe even putting half of it out at Irving Robbins for some geographical disparity to keep it separated from each other.
Got it. Okay.
Kathy, can I make one on the town manager's budget? Can you start referring to the town hall annex as a town hall annex instead of town hall? in terms of like that $7 million bonding question, because it's.
So
I think it's right here.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
just
Yeah.
change
Okay,
the
yes,
reference.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank
Yep,
you.
got it. Just going back to that, though, something just, again, collectively to think about, though, is that if we're doing it in a different way, there's different ways, but are we thinking about the HVAC, you know, because you're
I
not.
would keep that in.
Yeah.
The way I was
To
just
do
thinking
it.
about
Yeah.
you guys all,
I
I would keep that chunk in.
Right.
And like I said, I could be completely wrong, but if it made sense cost wise, I would put it as we're going to do the HVAC now. We're welcoming any of these new tenants. We want all the tenants in this building. You are welcome to come in tomorrow, but your build out is set for X date. And if Nancy is the priority right now, then she would get that. And then I think you start looking at who's paying money to be where they are.
Right.
If there's going to be a savings of being in here. And then obviously then just space needs like I think Hope has to be up there given the the huge reach that they have, and so and everybody has great needs. So I certainly don't want to come across as anti any of these groups. I just think.
No, but I think going back to maybe what Dave said is that if the HVAC, it's going to be easier to repair that and do that when no one's in the building anyway. So that's one positive. But again, and people have said it, I've said it again, it was very fine line is that maybe we put a little bit of money in the capital to have the architect go further, because even these groups have been saying, am I going here? How is it going to work?
That's
and
a good idea.
And so you say, we're going to get the HVAC done. We'll put that as a bond, get some money to do more of an architect study where we actually know where people would be. And then we decide collectively later, does that go out as another bond because you want to do it all at once? Or we know what the cost is approximately, and it's $500,000 a year, and you move people in like that, something like that.
And again, we want to get them in here, we want to get them in this building, but all of these people have the thing that's so great about all these organizations that they've made the most of what they have, and I think we are still offering something better.
Yeah, no, 100%. No,
and I think we'd stay on a plan. I think back to you. I don't think we're leaving anybody behind. You know what I mean? It's just the time thing might have grown a little bit, but nobody's gonna be lost in the equation.
And again, I think I've said it, but the reason why is that when we're doing the bond, it seemed to, if we were going to try to do it all at the same time, it would be cost efficient but it's expensive, and so there's different other ways to do it. And we could, like you said, maybe get more of the price and more of the design and what exactly it would look like and how it would work for us.
If say hypothetically that's how we proceed, we just do the bond of the air conditioning and the architectural. But Russ had talked about the trucks, right? And then I was thinking of making some notes about what if we were to get a second truck and that snow blower that he was talking about. Could that be bonded? Yeah.
You could bond truck.
We haven't.
We've never done it.
We've
Okay.
never done
All right.
it, but
Okay.
we can.
Okay.
You could also lease finance.
Okay.
Which is probably if you
cheapest.
were to do any type of borrowing, I probably would recommend lease finance.
Okay. Because I heard a need from him tonight that really, like, you could hear it in his voice, like.
No, it's
gonna hurt it in your voice as well.
Well, I think especially this year, having the two big snowstorms that we haven't had sort of back to back has probably necessitated more of a need.
Right.
Well, also in the budget request too, there's Hope spoke tonight about looking for additional money in their budget, things like that. So there's things that by saving in one area, it does create other options, to do things. To the point about the trucks and everything. So.
And I think again, as if you're doing the HVAC, I think you've shown the community, because if you're doing that, you're going to put people in this building.
Right.
So if you're not going to do the HVAC, then I'd be more concerned that the groups would be upset by it. But I think showing that you are renovating this building with the HVAC with the thought that you're going to be putting people into the building, I think is showing commitment.
Yeah, it'll keep the enthusiasm up.
Going, yeah.
You'll be more patient.
Do we need the build out before we do the AC, so we know how we're distributing the AC, or is that a thing or not a thing?
No, I mean, I think if you have some good conceptual plans, and you have areas that are designated who's going where, I think you're in a pretty, because you can, at that point, you can kind of get occupant loads.
And with the groups and the conceptual we have, the building would basically be fully. There's only a certain small area that's not set to be occupied by one of those groups. So.
Yeah, and again, just
Well, let's say the food pantry brings in the refrigerators and stuff. They're like he said,
Right, the load over-
heat, right? You know what I mean? So you're going to be able to calculate those areas.
Yeah.
Custom.
Those are things I was thinking of.
all right, so we'll look heading in more of that direction, just so we can have more information, but then we can discuss it.
Kathy, has there been a discussion of a fee or rental structure? Because I heard tonight that some folks were, spending money for renting space, so it's not.
They have asked if we would be charging people to be in here.
Yeah.
I have said that it's a policy decision. I don't know. We typically probably would not be doing that, but that's not. I don't know. You guys haven't had that discussion.
Can't imagine any of the groups. I mean, I'm not speaking for anybody here, but any of the people that presented here, it doesn't mean that we would have a policy that we never rented space at town hall. But for the people that spoke and are looking to come in, I mean, you're talking about the museum, like senior center.
We don't charge Hope Park.
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't charge Hope
Yeah,
now,
so-
so I didn't think we'd start. It's the food pantry. I didn't really think that you would.
I mean,
So I just wanted to ask.
when you're running that many volunteers,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a quick question on that. For the art
Yeah.
folks, where are they currently?
I don't think they have a
So
spot.
they don't even have a spot.
No.
Because I'm thinking they could ultimately, with the Staple House, that could be a revenue generator.
Right.
Because I remember back in the day when it was
the guild.
the guild.
Yeah, and I think
Mrs. Gorman.
I think if we didn't touch Staples House right away, then we don't have to do anything, right? It's like, but like once you start renovating, then you have to do everything. So it's like, again, one of those things where you say like, we love the idea for the space. Please come use the Staples House. This is what you have right now.
Yeah.
But eventually it could be this or whatever it is, and it's they're starting somewhere. They're starting better than they were yesterday. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, because like you said, I'm not sure that we have any problem if people will go into the space that's not renovated.
No, I
Right.
don't know.
Right.
It's
No, I think you take an art guild. They're going to just
Yeah.
give me some rooms, give me some
Right.
structure.
And I think that they didn't mention it today, but I think that there's some thought that they want to apply for some grants and some different things too for that, because I think there's a niche for that.
Yeah, I
Grants
think
and
that
stuff.
they would be thrilled to get that space as is. I don't want to speak for anybody. I've only had very limited conversations with them, but I think they're just looking for a home.
Yeah, to start.
It's a nice,
Right.
Nice.
nice
And
space.
like I said, again, like the food pantry and things like that. I mean, I have no idea if they can take their refrigerators and plug them in here in one of the rooms and
Depends
run,
on-
and
it
run.
depends on how
You
many
know,
you have in
again, my point is,
Not in Brian's server room.
yeah, right. Other than that, what I'm saying is, could they move in if they felt
They might
it,
need
or
electric. They might need electric. They might need whatever
Yeah,
to get
or
stuff.
but if they just need extra space before it gets renovated, they could use it.
I gotta imagine if they're plugged into the basement of a church, it's gonna work here. But
Yeah.
No, they just need dedicated. I'm at First Church, so we just gave them dedicated circuits per their specifications.
yeah, and it's just a regular 200 amp service that they're on. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Do we have any other discussion? Do we have a motion?
I'm set. Thank
All
you.
right, I make a motion to adjourn tonight's town council meeting.
10:20.
There you go. Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.